I don't know what I'm talking about. Ignore. Whoop. Hey, I see a little thing in the corner.
Oh, and it just shuts off like that. Okay. Okay. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a brand new idea for Kaiju Conversation. I'm your host, Elijah, and joining me is my good friend, Danny Damana of the Godzilla Novelization Project.
Hello, everybody. Hello. What's going on? Hi. I'm such a big fan, Elijah. It's just, I'm a little overwhelmed. I'll be frank. So if I'm a little bit tongue-tied, that's why. Just give me a second to... Okay, there's my normal voice. Sorry, got a little bit weird there. That won't happen again, I assure you. Yes. So this is to walk me and everybody who's watching through this. So this is a brand new idea for Kaiju Conversations that you came up with. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so, okay. Full disclosure, nothing's planned here. There is absolutely nothing planned here. We're diving headfirst. We're eating the elephant all at once.
I don't think they could tell. I think we fooled them into thinking this was very, very well planned out.
So...
No seams.
No seams.
No.
None. No. Okay. Well, so, Kaiju Conversation Live. The idea basically came from Danny. It was a few weeks, maybe months after G-Fest. And you and I were on the phone. We were talking about the Kaiju Conversation rap.
Yes, we were.
The theme song that you so graciously recorded for us.
Yes.
And
I could never run for office now after that. But it was an absolute pleasure.
And while we were on that call, we got off topic. We completely derailed the conversation.
Yeah, we spent, I don't know, maybe 4 minutes talking about the thing we were supposed to be talking about, and then like an hour and a half or something just everywhere.
Well, that's because while we were talking, Takashi Yamazaki's Godzilla Zero was revealed.
Yep, that's how we found out.
And this wasn't the first time you and I were on a call and breaking news happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. It's a thing. And
I've got my phone with me in case something happens while we're recording. If they announce like a new Daimajin trilogy or something, Shin Daimajin gets announced, I will be on it. I will be checking my phone periodically throughout the stream to see if something amazing. Kumi Mizuno is coming to G-Fest. Something amazing happens.
That would be awesome.
I know.
I would love that.
Oh, that would be amazing. She wants to come. She wants to come to G, but she doesn't like to fly.
Right.
So, and I mean, you can't blame her. You can't blame her. So anyway, hey, we're getting off topic already. Wow, that didn't take long. So anyway, finish your story.
Yeah. So essentially, while we were talking, you said we should. Was it you? It might have been you. It might have been me. Somebody said we should talk more because we just go off into the world of movies.
Yes.
Like we are insane and crazy.
This is true. In that order. Yeah.
In that order.
That's important to remember. There will be a quiz after the stream. But yes, we're ramblers. We have, obviously just beyond the kaiju love and the tokusatsu love, you and I have a lot of very specific niche interests within the niche interest that is tokusatsu. You and I are both suckers for physical media, and we're both suckers for the most obscure Thai and South Korean monster movies you could find, and weird edits of things you can only get on tapes from the 80s, and who the heck owns what now. Like that's the kind of stuff you and I eat up like Tic Tacs. We're into the minutia of the genre, and so we'll just yap. And so we decided, I don't remember who it was. One of us said, the next time we do this, we need to record it.
Mhm.
And so that everybody else who would be interested in watching this can see how insane we are, but it's fun. You know, they can get a little glimpse into the craziness, because I feel like we said some very deeply profound things, you know, during that conversation. And the only people who are ever going to know we said those things, you and me. No one will ever
Right.
know. So why keep the magic locked between the two of us? How can I be as pompous about this as possible? How can I be as we're geniuses? No, absolutely not.
We're
But
madmen. That's what we are.
this is true. This is true. And so we figured, why not weaponize our rambliness and just do something fun. I mean, so what we're gonna do, and this is my understanding of it. And Elijah, if something has changed, A, we're not prepared, but everybody knows that already. and B, we're just, you know, if I'm wrong, stop me, but we're not going to turn these streams on with necessarily any set topics or
None. I've got
conversations.
We have
things we can talk about, but
yeah,
yes,
like there's a few things I'm like, okay, if Danny and I can't just jump into it, I've got some stuff that we can talk about. But beyond that, it's just like, go.
We're just gonna go. We're just gonna start talking. We're gonna start somewhere and see where we finish, when we finish, and
if we finish,
how we finish, to what extent we finish, why we finish. Again, if is a big one. This we could both be sitting here until 2027 without taking a breath. But yeah, this is an experiment. This is just, again, if like anybody who's clicking on this looking for any kind of set structure or anything, you ain't gonna find it here. You're not gonna find it here. So it's not gonna happen. We're just gonna yap, much as I am doing currently.
Well, that's what we do best.
This is what we do.
But before we get too far in, I'm still I'm doing all the posting of we're live. Come see us. If you want to, you know, it's my channel, so if they're watching, they probably know who I am, so I don't need to introduce myself. But Danny, you've never been on an episode of the podcast.
I never have.
The only thing we've done is can we talk about the one we've only recorded one podcast together, haven't we?
Somehow we have only recorded. Well, we did
we
panel
did G-Fest.
At G-Fest, and with Kim, who I believe is still watching. I don't know. She was there a while ago. And you know, that was a great panel, but off the top of my head, I think we've only recorded one thing, and I'm not going to say what it is, even though by every stretch of logic imaginable. Hi, Kim. Hi, Kim. Every stretch of logic imaginable, it should be out by now.
But it's not. I had to message him because I was like, you know, I was talking to somebody about the topic. And I was like, if you want to learn more about this topic, I recorded a podcast about it. And I was like, I don't remember ever getting like a notification that it went live or anything. So I messaged him. I was like, hey, where is it? And he said it's still in production. So
you didn't say it right. It's still in production. There. That's how you have to say it. You gotta get the inflection right. Come on, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't get the voice right. I'm just I'm not that guy.
I'm getting there. I'm working on it. We love you, Nate. And we're sitting here teasing him, but he is working. I know for a fact he's working super hard to get episode. We are speaking, for anybody who doesn't know what the heck we're talking about. We're talking about our mutual friend podcaster Nate Marchand, who hosts 47 podcasts, and one of them, the Monster Island Film Vault, has fallen just a bit behind because it's a lot of editing. And he's been working his butt off to get all of those episodes edited. And I know for a fact they're coming soon. So I tease, but no worries, man. It'll be worth the wait. But yeah, one of the episodes that is in the can is an episode that Nate and Elijah and I all recorded together on a film of mutual interest. to Nate because it befuddled him, to Elijah and I because we were a part of it existing.
Yes,
we're part of the film. We are involved in the production of the film. Somebody just figured it out, but that's fine.
I'm trying not to say anything because I don't know what Nate wants to be.
I don't know what Nate. So I'm not gonna spill any beans what ought not be spilled without the permission of the one what has the beans, that being Nate. Although I can tell you he has lost his marbles. I don't know about his beans, but yeah. But that was not a funny joke. I appreciate the laugh though, but I don't know. It's late. It's not even that late. My brain is just not, but it's fine.
I had to be at work at 7 this morning. So like for me, it's like, it's been a day.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. Well, this might not be the longest debut episode of Kaiju Conversation, but we're not making plans.
Here's the thing.
Coming in with the
bold of you to assume. Wait, no, hang on. I'm going to do this.
Oh no. Are you going to do the thing?
Bold of you to assume that had marbles to begin with.
Every comment I'm going to read like that.
Yeah, our audience is going to grow exponentially just based on that. Nobody will turn it off because of that, I promise. Oh my God. We'll do I kid, but that's funny. That's good stuff.
So okay, I should probably, so there's a few podcast things that I think people will also learn from how I do podcasting here. Now I have two things to say. The first one I'm going to say now. The second one I'm going to say here. So I'm going to say next, not here. I'm going to say next. Yes. I talk like this. This is how I talk.
Oh, good Lord. And that's the end of that stream. Right? It's over.
I'm not making a statement. I'm just having fun. So Rex, my co-host. Yes, Kim. Words are hard. They are very hard.
This is true. I've been on Kim's show enough for her to know that I sometimes I trip over my so that's how it sounds sometimes. I go full Porky Pig on. I've gone full Porky on her show before, trying to sound like I know what I'm talking about, and sometimes it just
just blurbs. It just blurbs.
I have something intelligent to say. Yeah, that doesn't always happen. Anyway, Elijah. Please. I'm gonna see if I can't get Nate to pop in and say hi. So please continue.
So Rex and I on the podcast Kaiju Conversation,
yes,
we always assume, like for example, Devilman, the one we just recorded and posted. We've recorded another one, but we haven't posted it.
Fascinating.
Devilman, we said that it was gonna be like an hour and a half. Like it was going to be a quick, we wouldn't talk a lot.
Sure.
That ended up being a 3-hour recording. Godzilla vs. Kong, everything wrong with Godzilla vs. Kong, our 50th episode anniversary celebration. We were like, it's going to be about 4 hours. Ends up being 5 hours. So every time that I say it's not going to be that long, it ends up being longer.
You're a jinx, man. That's what this is you're a jinx. That's what's going on. So you gotta be careful what you wish. Be careful what you say.
And then the second thing, so that reverb, you can blame Rex for me finding out about that. So
Rex, I blame you.
On our Shin Ultraman episode, we were having mic issues. Both of us use Blue Yeti microphones.
Oh, I don't know what that's like.
And then Rex and I discovered you can download an app onto your computer that helps you with your microphone. I didn't know that existed.
If you didn't know it existed, then I can assure you, I really didn't know it existed. So
it's called Logitech Hub. And like, I found out it's hot. It's really hot. It's really hot. That's what I found out. It's hot.
Okay. As long as that's all that comes off, we'll be fine. Okay. Just keep it, put the The headphones stay on, sir. Good Lord.
And so we, like, mid-recording, we stopped and we downloaded the app, and I was playing with it, and I found out that I could do a voice not unlike God.
That's a bold statement. That's a very bold statement.
Well, I can say that because I played a voice not unlike God in Little Shop of Horrors.
I guess that's true. I guess
it
that's
is.
True.
On the 21st day, on the 21st day of the month of September, in a year not too far beyond our own. Yeah,
and so on and so on.
And so on and so on.
Great.
In the most unlikely of places. Little shop. Little shop of horrors, little shop of terror. No, ho, ho, no, ho, 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 ho.
Anybody still watching? Is anybody still watching?
I played every part in the play.
You were the chorus. You were the plant.
So, fun fact about that.
Okay.
I this is like a while ago, so I don't have it memorized, but I memorized literally every line everybody ever said. And so, like, when Audrey would be on screen on the stage, if I needed to say her line, I'd get a little higher, and I try to give it a New York accent.
A little higher.
Yeah. And I
that's great.
And like I would act like I'm Audrey or Seymour or the plant. We did this one rehearsal where I had to play the plant the whole time. Like it killed. This was dead. This was like,
oh, that's a hard voice. Were you trying to do the full Levi Stubbs?
Yes, I was.
Like all the way down here. Feed me Seymour. Like all the way down in your throat.
Seymour.
Yeah, like that's
all night long.
All night long.
That's right, boy.
That's right, boy. It's such a good voice. It's such a good voice.
It's amazing.
I love the way he modulated from higher up and then he'd go down low, and he would maintain it, and then he would do that laugh. I love it.
It's amazing. And like one thing I got to do, which I am really honored to have done, is I was the assistant director on the play. So I got to work with every actor to like make it perfect. So like all of this stuff, like I hated Little Shop, and then I watched it again. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And I love I love 50s horror, 50s B movies, as we talked about, and I love sci-fi. So like as a fan, I was able to push out my love of that stuff, and like I got to work with the suit actor for Audrey too. And like I was there, I was like, okay, so the way we had it was like this cloth like for the stock, it was cloth, so they would wear that, and then like they had this arm thing that like they had to like move around for the mouth. So for like a whole day I just worked with him, and I was like, you got to be a little more like emotive, like you got to try and do some lip movements and all that. So like I got to work with him, and I got to like mimic what I wanted to see, and then he would do it, and it was really, really good. I was just blown away by what like it just, for somebody that loves monsters and men in suit action, like the fact that I could do that with somebody was really amazing. That's
really special, my man. That's really, really cool. That's when I was in Tangents. When I was in I was in college, and my younger brother was he's a couple years behind me, and he was in high school, and he was playing in the pit orchestra for my high school's production of Shrek the Musical. And anybody out there who has not seen Shrek the Musical, it is actually delightful. I didn't think it was going to be nearly as amazing as it was, and it's actually a bop. It's really fun. The music's fun. The twists they do on the story are fun. And my school got in the mail from somewhere, presumably somebody who distributes props to for bigger production, like smaller versions of bigger productions, high school versions of Broadway shows, a giant puppet for Dragon. And when I say giant puppet, I mean it was the size of the stage, and it was puppeteered like a Chinese dragon float, where they had one person under the head holding the stick that had a little trigger, kind of Tom Servo like, where you pulled the ring and it would sing. And then a couple people underneath the body. It was basically paper mache. It was incredibly lightweight from what I understand. And moving the small wings, and a couple people that would make the legs do this. And then somebody would have the head doing this, on the stick. And it would, they would sync it up with a performer who was off stage singing, "Do you think I like this job? I'm a glorified babysitter." And it just like going crazy. And singing this incredibly like huge power, like this, when I couldn't believe the girl who was singing this voice, she came out, she was like 4.5 feet tall, and she had this huge, beautiful, booming voice. It was just amazing. And then you see it coming out of this puppet head and this giant dragon on stage. It was amazing. If you get the DVD, or I think it's probably streaming out there somewhere. It used to be on Netflix, of the Broadway version of the show that was recorded. They have a giant animatronic dragon, but it's just the head in the neck, and it kind of bobs around, and it's gorgeous. But my school had the whole body, and it was really cool. And I really wanted to steal it, but no, I just wanted to get close to it and see. I never got a chance to, but it was cool to see it in person.
Our Audrey 2 props, I think they were considering selling them, and I was highly considering buying them. I was like, I'm honestly like, it's just like, I helped build them. I coached the people that did it. I was like, I even did it. Like,
yeah. Like, that's something you should. I've almost built my own. I have no real reason to. What I'd love to do, I actually bought materials for it years ago and never followed through like a lot of other art projects, but I bought the materials to actually build a potted plant I could carry around in a hand puppet version. But
yes.
I don't. I could do it better now. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I could probably build a better version now than I could when I originally bought the materials. And so if I wait another 7 years, I'll probably be able to build it even better then. So why do it now? No, but I'd love to do that. I have it on my list to. One of the things I really want to try to get into creative wise this year is actually puppet building. I've built a few puppets over the years. I built a Tom Servo using either original parts or copies of original parts from Mystery Science Theater 3000. I actually have built, I'll say 2.5 puppets for Mystery Science Theater. I built a nanite. Anybody who's seen Mystery Science Theater will know about they were later on in the show. They were VHS tapes with little cassette heads that they were microscopic. I built one of those, and it does have a movable mouth. And I built about 60% of M. Waverly from the Netflix series. But I was actually part of a group of fans that were sourcing all of the parts. We spent about a year buying unnecessary piles and piles and piles of sandcastle molds to try to find the right buckets to put the character together. It turns out a lot of them were 3D printed and shrunk down. And so unfortunately, we couldn't make a 1/1 without having a 3D printer, but I have most of them in my room. And actually, about a month ago, I got it in my head. This has nothing to do with kaiju. I got it in my head to go to my local fabric store, and I actually bought most of the materials needed to make a Henson-style sack puppet. Just because I've never done anything like that. I bought enough material to hand stitch it myself. I want to try to do a couple of original things, and then try to do some replicas, just because I think it's cool. First on my hit list is Rolf, because Rolf is the best Muppet. I'm sorry, Kermit. He's the.
I was always a.
You were a Gonzo guy. There's no way you're not Gonzo.
I was Gonzo. I love Gonzo.
Yep, I can call that. Yep, there's no way you're not Gonzo. There's no way you're not Gonzo. But yeah. One of these days. But that has nothing to do with kaiju. It's tangentially it's tokusatsu if you really squint and turn your head sideways. But yeah. I don't know. We're just rambling now, which is this is what you signed on for, people.
Yeah, that's what this is.
That's what this is. gosh, line? Line? I don't know.
Uh,
Eh, you know what? Here we go. I'll get us kicked off. Check this out.
Okay.
Check this out. So I don't know if you can tell from what's behind me here, but I'm literally surrounded here in my collection of Godzilla
Yes.
VHS tapes.
Hang on,
And
let me look here. Let's
okay,
see.
let me just sort of-
Okay, you got a 98 2000 that looks like is that a Destroyer? Destroyer.
It sure is.
Oh, okay, so you have them in order, and then that's the Anchor Bay 85 Scimitar Terror. That's Paramount King of the Monsters, Classic Media King of the Monsters, Video Treasures, Raids Again, Good Times King Kong, Paramount Mothra.
Oh, God. It's if I okay, you know,
You have a ton of Megalon. I'm just gonna say ton of Megalon.
I have I actually have 2 more coming in the mail this week, and once I do that, I think I'll have hit 30. I'm trying. My goal is to try to get as many of them as I can. I'm because I have a problem, but so I have an unhealthy love for not just Godzilla VHS tapes because this is the format I grew up watching them on. I was born at the tail end of the VHS generation, the absolute tail end. So I ended up like the tapes up here, the Heisei tapes. These are all from my local media play. Those are my childhood tapes. A handful of these are childhood tapes, but most of them are actually thrift store and eBay and convention finds. And every couple of months when I have 20 or 30 bucks to burn on to burn on tapes in my pocket, I'll get on eBay, and usually I end up getting pretty lucky and I'll find them for dirt cheap. So check this out. You'll think this is funny, Elijah. So I got this in the mail earlier in the week. This is oh my gosh, what is this? This is Alpha Video. This is one of the Alpha Video releases. And anybody out there who knows their Kaiju home media knows, or just home media in general, if you're into to be films and public domain stuff that looks like it was, washed in a washing machine that didn't use water, it just used coffee grounds. Like that's what the films looked like once they got the Alpha Video treatment. They were as bottom of the barrel as you could imagine in terms of they didn't care. They would just take public domain stuff and slap it onto a tape, pardon me, later onto a disc. So this is one of their releases. And I'm going to pause here for a second because this tape, this tape is actually for the most part pretty, it's pretty sober. Considering some of the other ones out there, it's pretty sober. It's got the right characters on the front. There are a lot of Godzilla versus Megalon tapes that use, like, if I were to lean a little bit, okay, right over here.
The Mothra one?
Right over here where my elbow is wiggling with a picture of the 54 Godzilla. There are 2 tapes there with the 54 Godzilla on them. Those are both Megalon tapes. It's nonsense. They didn't care. So they've got the right characters on it. I adore this film, but even I have to take slight umbrage with the phrase greatest film classic being used. That is a slight stretch. As much as, like, I want to be buried with a copy of Godzilla versus Megalon. I love this film with all my heart. But greatest film classics might be a little, I don't know. And my favorite part
in the Criterion Collection.
It is in the Criterion Collection.
It's one of the greatest film. Like it's peak cinema. Like
you're not going to get any fight out of me on that one. But greatest, I don't know. Listen. I'm willing to take it, even if it's not necessarily true. I'm willing to take it. My favorite part is that at the bottom it says starring Godzilla versus Megalon. What nonsense! So. And then the back cover synopses are always hilarious. Check this out. Godzilla to the rescue. Atomic testing in Tokyo. Atomic testing in Tokyo in Tokyo, Japan is causing an uproar in the ancient world beneath the Pacific, Seatopia. When the inhabitants of Seatopia send their resident monster, the ferocious Megalon, to destroy Tokyo, Godzilla awakens from hibernation in Tokyo Bay. Is that what happens in this film? It is not. Spoiler alert, it is not. A little groggy, but awesome nevertheless. It actually does say that. Godzilla takes on the mighty Megalon, capital M on mighty for some reason, to save Japan from destruction. After a knockdown, drag-em-out battle, this is the best part. Godzilla conquers Megalon to save Japan, and the atomic testing goes on happily ever after. And Elijah quits. I got him. That's what breaks him. Bye. So yes, the people of Tokyo can rest assured that the atomic testing is still happening. You know, thank goodness for that. I mean, whatever happened bad from atomic testing, especially in a city, you know, that's who wrote this? This is nonsense. This is straight now. Okay. I'm glad that you didn't see that coming and that it has blown your. You can't make this up. Read it and weep. It literally says happily ever after atomic testing. There are a lot of things I could say.
It's King of the Monsters all over again.
It's astonishing that and I'm going to be perfectly honest, this is one of my favorite versions, but if I turned around and grabbed one of these other Megalon tapes from behind me, a lot of them actually have a variation on the phrase, "The world is safe for more atomic testing," within the copy on the back cover. This is the funniest variation of it I've seen, but it exists in other places. Tell me you didn't watch it. Yep. No, Kim, I assure you, listen, give me a Bible, I will swear on it. Alpha Video never watched Godzilla vs. Megalon. They never watched it. I'm sure they didn't. Yeah. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. But, Elijah, there is a wrinkle I have not mentioned yet. I don't know if it'll make you laugh quite as much as the one I just did, but you got to check this out. So, I got this in the mail, and then a couple days later, I got this in the mail. So, let's take a cursory glance here at what we've got. So, we have these two tapes, and they are ostensibly the same tape. This one's actually still shrink wrapped, which is pretty cool. But look at that glare. The glare is real, but if you look, the sides are the same, the tops, and the ridiculous back cover copy, complete with atomic testing nonsense, is the same on both of these tapes. And so at first glance, you might think I've taken leave of my senses and bought the same tape twice. If anybody on the planet is going to do that with a Megalon tape, it's going to be this lunatic. But I can assure you, though I don't have that many senses left, I mean, look behind me, I can promise you that these two identical tapes are actually completely different from two different companies. And here's the funny part. This shrink-wrapped release is from 1988. It's released from New Age Video. And this Alpha Video one is from the 90s. It came later. They just took the cover. They took the cover copy. They took the only thing that's different is one, like the tape is different. It says Alpha Video on the tape. And the numbers on the barcodes are different. But other than that, Alpha Video literally just swiped the art completely and totally. It even credits trademarked Greatest Film Classics on the back and the front. I don't know if they had permission to do that. I don't know if they bought out. I don't know the whole story. I don't know if they bought out the New Age Video library. I don't know. But it was a curiosity. And so I have two of these stupid things in my home now because technically they are two different things. And I don't know if that reflects well on my collectoritis or if it reflects poorly on me as a decision maker, space-wise, financially wise, but I do have them. And now you know.
Next time we record, I'm going to bring something to show you that's basically the same thing but different. But while we're talking about Alpha Video, I also wanted to just present this. How do I do this? Hang on. I'm gonna figure it out.
You do that. I will sit here and I will stare at the camera uncomfortably.
I'm trying to see.
I'm gonna stop doing that. That's uncomfortable. That's making me uncomfortable.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. I see how to do this. I'm gonna do this real fast, and it's gonna make perfect sense.
I have faith.
Trust. I'm good. I'm great. I'm great. I'm good.
You just keep telling yourself that, Elijah. Just keep telling yourself that.
You know, it has to be the one day that I forget to the one day I forget to bring my mouse because I do all of this on a laptop.
I have my mouse here. You want to borrow it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll just throw that in the mail on a Sunday night. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, will it get here in like 2 seconds?
5 to 8 business days. Sorry. Yeah, I know.
Dang.
I know.
That,
So
that
teleportation
no
does not exist yet, unfortunately.
That no help.
Well,
okay. I got this. We're gonna get this. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be the best thing ever. I wanted to show off a lovely cover from Alpha Video that I think would be quite amazing.
You think would be quite amazing. Okay.
Yes, quite.
Right. Yes. And the inaugural, yes, quite for the stream, ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural one. That's one down. How many more can we hit before we end? We'll find out soon.
I didn't even plan that. It just happened.
No, just you know what? It's muscle memory now. It's just a thing. I've said it at work. I have said it in front of other friends and family members who have no idea what I do for a hobby. It's just become part of my vernacular. Okay, while you're doing this is funny. I don't know if Michael's watching. If you're not, shame, Hamilton, shame. But and Nate too, I guess, whatever. But yes, quite Kim. Yes, Kim. So it's mostly a thing with it's you and I, and it's Kim, and it's Michael, and it's Nathan. Nate. But there was a point to what. Okay, so over Halloween, which to me is synonymous with the month of October, because I just plow through classic monster movies. I try to do at least one classic horror film a day throughout October. Classic stuff, black and white. Boris Karloff, Vincent Price, Bela Lugosi. And the film that I usually start with, I couldn't tell you why. I think it's just like a good way to get your palate used to the month, just to kind of get in there, is the Raven, the Universal's original The Raven with Lugosi and Karloff. And I was watching it early in October this year. And anybody who's seen the film will know that there's a sequence right before, like during the party scene, Lugosi throws a party with sinister undertones, and he has all his rich friends come. He's a doctor, and they're having a little horse race on a miniature tabletop with mechanical horses that go in a circle. And you've got all these hoity-toities around the table going, "Oh, I want that horse to win. I want that horse to win." And I swear to God, one of the characters says, "Yes, quite." And I about fell out of my chair.
I love that.
A year or two ago, that line would have meant nothing to me. That wouldn't have been a thing. And now I can't. Yes, quite. And I need to actually go back and film it and send it to everybody just to prove I'm not crazy.
Oh no, you're crazy. We're all crazy. Not a single one of us is not crazy at this point.
You may be right. I may be crazy, but it might just be a lunatic you're looking for. Somebody out there will get that reference.
Somebody will. Speaking of reference, jumping back to Alpha Video, I just wanted to show off this lovely thing that Alpha Video did
there
on
it is.
DVD. I love this thing.
I adore it. I love it so much. And it's gone.
Oh,
Bring it back. Okay, there we go. I have to see the glory.
I love this thing.
This brings me more joy than it should, frankly. It's so. If y'all weren't crazy, I wouldn't be. Oh, Kim, you're the sweetest. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
she is. She's right. We are a touch loopy, but that's fine. We love you, Kim. You're awesome. We're all a big group of slightly kooky friends, and I love it. I can't. I have to just keep staring at this thing. It's just the best. It's glorious. Why is the DVD logo underneath the why is it there? Oh, this is some MS Paint stuff. This is bad. The ultimate battle with 3 exclamation points and everything.
I love it.
I adore this. I tried to. I actually don't have this in my collection.
You don't?
I don't.
Oh, I beat you.
Yeah?
I have it. I have it.
Well done, sir. Yeah, this is actually one. I first found this I found out it existed rather. Oh my gosh, when I was, oh my, it would have been circa 2007, 2008. I was really young and I was really diving into research. And there's a photo of this somewhere on Toho Kingdom. And whoever wrote the little blurb to describe what it was not kind to it. I couldn't imagine why. Look at it. It's a work of art. I've stood in front of Van Goghs that weren't this beautiful. I mean, this is just tear-inducingly gorgeous. This is a life-changing piece of art. It's Alpha Video. So honestly, I like that. That's what I mean. Like, this is why I collect Godzilla tapes in general, but especially Megalon. This is this cover might have ridiculous back cover copy, but it's sober. Like, it has it's complete. It's low key. It's got the film, kind of element thing going on. I like the crazy covers the most. This right here. This is chef's kiss. This is so good.
Now I don't have it, but on the side it has Godzilla versus Megalon. But for some reason, and this is my like crazy. So in the text, Godzilla's in all capital letters, right?
Yes.
But on the spine, the eye has a little dot above it.
But wait a minute. No.
And it drives me nuts. It's like, why? Why? I don't ask questions. I'm just glad it exists. Like, the problems on these, it brings me joy. The shoddiness, the pure shoddiness of and the film was never in the public domain anyway. Like, that's the funny thing. Hey, what's up, Riley? Yes, we can see your comment.
Yes. So, oh my gosh. So anybody out there who doesn't know this story, yep.
Yeah.
Kim, that's perfect. So anybody out there who doesn't know the story, I'll keep this as brief as possible, because if you can't tell from the madness happening behind me, it's a rabbit hole. Thank you. I was missing it. Megalon, when it was initially released in the US by Cinema Shares, they kind of goobered it and did not put a copyright year notification at the bottom of the title card on the print. And if you do that, then that is technically a faux pas. And it's the same thing that happened with probably the most famous example I can think of off the top of my head is Night of the Living Dead. Yep. Hey, if you're talking, Elijah, I can't hear you.
No, I was just waiting for you to say it.
Okay, I thought I saw your mouth moving, and I was like, oh no, he's mute. Anyway, so yeah, the one that gets me the most is actually Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the Rankin Bass version. The year is there, but the two of the numbers are backwards. So if you've ever been curious as to why car insurance commercials have the Rudolph characters in them, it's because they're trying to exploit a public domain loophole, even though the film technically isn't in the public domain. Same thing with this. The Cinema Shares version of Megalon, I grabbed another because it had the fire on it. It seems like it kind of matches. But this is a cool cover. Like, this is a really cool cover. And this one's from UAV Entertainment. And what happened was, yeah, technically the Cinema Shares version has the, it doesn't have the copyright thing on it. So you could argue it's in the public domain, but the problem is Cinema Shares doesn't own the film. Toho does. So everybody and their brother said, oh, no copyright logo on the print. Everybody and their brother can release this thing. So that's why there are 18 quintillion and a half Megalon tapes out there. And it's hilarious. It's hilarious because it just doesn't end. It's a rabbit hole. And like I said, I'm closing in on 30 of these things. And near as I can tell, they're, in terms of quote unquote authorized releases, there are 40 some. If you want to get into other territory, we're looking at 50, 60. There are less cells in the human body than there are Megalon tapes.
Now, you mentioned that Megalon was owned by Toho. Now, the one thing I will say, I was talking with a certain somebody in the fandom that most people know, and I don't want to name names because I don't want to
it was
call
me.
them out.
It wasn't me. I'm just kidding.
It wasn't you.
It was not me. It was not me.
And I asked him, I was like, hey, who owns do you remember the myth of how Toho can't release the US versions because they're owned by people and all that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Horrible. So the truth behind that is not really. Toho does in fact uh own all of the versions. It's just they don't want to release them because A, they don't have materials for them, B,
Mm-hmm.
they're afraid of unknown contracts that like reside with like voice actors or editors or like the people behind the production or distribution. They just don't want to worry about royalties.
And that's what I've been told as well from folks in the know. In the
Mhm.
know. And honestly, as kind of as frustrating as that is, and it really kind of does feel like dub erasure, sometimes, because those versions are incredibly culturally significant, pop culturally significant, nostalgic. They should be preserved, and fans are doing it now, which is great. But there is, I can't really blame them on that front too much, because especially, my gosh, especially because a great deal of the films were released through. Okay, there are a million different ways I could go with this. I'll just stick with one. And I think you know where I'm going with this, Elijah. AIP.
Mhm.
As cliff notesy as I can make these cliff notes, AIP, American International Pictures, which handled a handful of the Godzilla films from the '60s and onwards. I'll use Mothra versus Godzilla as an example. Um, that film library is the rights for that film library of all the stuff that AIP either distributed or made is everywhere. Some of it was divvied up to the directors. Most of it was split in half between the estates of the two guys that founded the company. The Arkoff estate got a handful of films, most of them films that they actually made themselves in house, and then the Nicholson estate got the other chunk, and Nicholson's widow won't let most of those films get released on home video or stream anywhere, because she's been spending decades asking way too much money to license them. Companies like Shot Factory and I think Kino Lorber have approached her to release. I mean, and these are classic, B and Z movies that I'm sure people who love monster films are familiar with. The Amazing Colossal Man. It Conquered the World with the pickle monster. He learned too late that man is a feeling creature. In films like that, those films are basically unreleasable legally in like new versions because she wants too much money for them. And I'm sorry, as much as my B movie monster loving heart adores nonsense like It Conquered the World, with Peter Graves and Lee Van Cleef fighting a pickle from Venus. I love this film. It is incredibly stupid. I adore it to death. It is not worth. It is not worth what Miss Susan Hart is asking for. The asking price that she is looking for. It's not worth it. So a lot of companies have been stymied. It's one of the reasons that those films, the ones that were used on Mystery Science Theater, can't be released, is because they can't. She doesn't want to license them. And they've tried to offer her like ridiculous amounts of money, and it's apparently not enough, and it's just a nightmare. So imagine if the US dubbed version for Godzilla versus the Thing, let's imagine that there's some kind of weird legal loophole somewhere off in the ether, right? That is like they end up releasing it again in the year 2023, 2024. Let's say they put out a beautiful new 4K release in America for the next year for the film's 60th. I can't believe it's going to be 60 years old, but like they won't do that. I'm hoping, like, knock on wood, I'd love for them to do it, but let's just say they do. They release a beautiful new set and they put the English dub on it, and somebody comes out of the woodwork and says, well, there's a loophole. You have to pay an extra fee to the people who own the rights to the Titan sound catalog, or you have to pay extra money to the Nicholson or the Arkoff estate, or even crazier if they try to release the UPA dubs, because UPA's catalog was split up between how many different companies?
A lot.
A lot. Classic Media bought a lot of it, and then Classic Media got bought by DreamWorks, and then DreamWorks got bought by Universal, and Universal Comcast.
One of the interesting ones is Classic Media actually had the rights to Son of Godzilla and Sea Monster.
I forgot about that.
but they had to sell them because like classic media was going under. So they sold those to Sony, and then Sony lost the rights, and it went back to Toho.
And then they they split those up because it's so ridiculous. It is such a zoo. It is a zoo. It is a nightmare. Anybody who can successfully license one of these films in America is a hero, I swear, because there are so many different weird legal loopholes, things that were relevant 50 or 60 years ago in the entertainment industry that are not relevant now. It's bonkers. And and the different versions that are out there. I keep turning around, but I'm going to grab this to illustrate my point. You know where I'm going with this, Elijah. This copy, you know where I'm going. This copy of Godzilla Raids Again is obviously it's on tape. This is a Video Treasures release, and it is the only home video version of the film released in the US, because the classic media version didn't do this, that uses the Gigantus, the fire monster title card. The classic media version of Gigantus replaces it with a digital Godzilla Raids Again and a digital copyright, and they take the Gigantus title off.
And that was because Toho didn't like the Gigantus title.
Well, that's
my understanding.
I mean, no, I don't. Very few people were fans of it in power. There, I like it because it's nostalgic, but it really doesn't make any sense to continue to sell the film anywhere in the world as Gigantus. So I guess that makes sense. But in terms of preservation of alternate versions, this is like, I could pop this in and watch it right now, and I would technically be watching a copy of this film that you cannot watch anywhere else legally. This is it. Not including the various reconstructions that have been done over the years and such, because there are people out there that are using the 4K versions from Japan and syncing them up with the English dubs and cleaning those up. And those people are doing the Lord's work. they're amazing. They are amazing. Yeah, it's so much.
It is. It's a lot.
It's a lot. This is why this is why we're crazy.
Going back to I'm going to backtrack us here to Megalon, because we've had some comments and I want to jump into some of them. Riley Roberts said, "I might say the most unpopular Godzilla opinion. ... But Godzilla vs. Megalon is my favorite Godzilla movie."
I love this film. I love this film.
I was actually talking with you might have saw the messages. Megalon's anniversary is this year. This is Megalon's
next month. It's next month.
Like
it's St. Patrick's Day. I get 50 years of Godzilla versus Megalon.
Somehow.
I don't know how that happened. So the thing about Megalon is and there are a lot of connections in my head that I make between this one and Gigan, because Gigan, without getting us too derailed, was the result of circumstance. And I mean that in the best way possible, because Gigan was a case where they had none of the original stars. They didn't have the money. They didn't have the time. They didn't have Tsuburaya. They didn't have Ifukube. And they took what they had. They piecemealed effects footage and a score that had already been written for 8 other movies and one pavilion. And, actors that weren't Toho mainstay familiar faces, and not a lot of time and not a lot of budget. And they ended up making a great film. I mean, is Godzilla versus Megalon a masterpiece of cinema? No, but it's incredibly enjoyable. It came together better than I think it had any right to, considering it's greater than the sum of its parts. So to me, it is the result of circumstance in the best way possible. Megalon is the victim of circumstance, because all that stuff that they did for Gigan didn't really translate over. They built new suits, which was great. They tinkered with some things. They tried some new things. That's great. But whatever clicked with Gigan didn't click, just in terms of objective quality as much with Megalon. But here's the thing. I love this movie. I adore this film. And I know Kim loves this film. I know a lot of people that just adore this film. Is it the greatest thing on the planet? No, but who cares? It's wonderful. It's great. I adore, and I don't love it ironically either. Like, I want to make that clear. Like, I'm not like, it's so bad it's good, but it's, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but like, I legitimately love this film. I'll put it in anytime and watch it. It's a good film to just kind of have on in the background. I have a lot of great memories of this film from when I was a kid. I have my childhood copy down there somewhere, but it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So yeah, no guilt. And I'd like to think we're living in a time where you can say Megalon is my favorite, and it wouldn't be, bandied about as the, an unpopular Godzilla opinion, or like something that's going to get you thrown out of a chat room or some nonsense like that. There's too much of that going on in the world. Get rid of that. But yeah, not at all.
Yeah, Caroline says, I love versus Megalon as well. Not my favorite, but probably top 10 for me.
Woo! I loved seeing the Megalon love. I love it.
And I was thinking, so G-Fest, 50th anniversary, I think you, me, and like Nathan would like be perfect for that panel. Because
you gotta get, yeah.
For me, like, so I love filmmaking. Like, that's what I want to be. I want to be a filmmaker. And the thing that I love about Megalon the most is the production. This, like, for me, the fact that Megalon exists is like an enigma.
Yeah.
Like, they shot it in 3 weeks. And they edited it while shooting it. There was no script. They were writing it on the fly. There was like one song, like the music, it was edited right up until like a week before it was released. It was like a 3-month production from pre to production to post. And it's like, how did this happen? How do you have a full-length feature film with suits and miniatures and a score and actors? Like,
it's mind-blowing.
I know.
This film is one of a handful of Godzilla films that by all accounts should not exist. Just based on the production struggles and the fact that they were hustling to get this thing done. And the fact that it was freaking cold too. You can see their breath during scenes where they're supposed to be outside having a picnic, and it was freezing cold. And they were just like, no, I know it's January and February. We got to shoot this thing. We have to get it in theaters by March. It's got to happen. So they shot it incredibly quick. There's the infamous gaffe that's been edited out since, where the characters are standing on the hill and then they start to run because the director yelled action, and they just kind of kept them not running for about a second and a half, and then they ran.
Now, the only way you can see that now is in the public domain releases. That's the only way you can see that, is like the alpha video stuff. Exactly. Which is why those are important, is you get to see the funny mistake.
You get to see the mistake. You get to see them goober up, and it's priceless. It's so good. That's why these versions behind me, I have them displayed out because I appreciate them in the same way that you'd appreciate a vinyl record collection. It's art to me. I love these covers. They're beautiful. They're vibrant. You don't get covers like this anymore. They're gorgeous. That's why I have them out where I can see them and appreciate them. But I also keep them because they have versions of the film that you can't get. I've got 2 different copies of Hedera down here that have the Titan dub on them, and you can't get these anywhere else. And they only released it twice ever. This one and this one. These are the only ones.
And I've even heard that the Scimitar, the one on your right, or my right, your left, I've even heard some people say that one wasn't even like official. Like, Scimitar didn't actually have the rights to it.
No, because they never re-released it. I think it's the only one of the bunch that they never re-released in another batch, because it's definitely not part of their
They're a beautiful collection. I love that stuff.
I love those covers, but that's why it's important to have these things, because this has a lost dub on it. And yeah, you can get it cleaned up on HD in HD now and download it, but like
it's not the same.
It's not the same. There's something about the crackle of it, and the texture of the actual film, and the horrific panning and scanning, and the fact that it sounds like somebody dunked it in a fish tank. I don't know. It's magical to me. It's how I found these films. To me, Megalon, I have beautiful copies of Megalon that look stunning, better than they have any right to. But my Megalon, will always be public domain crappy Megalon. It'll always look like somebody spilled coffee on it. It'll always be weirdly panned and scanned. It'll have missing scenes. It'll have a couple of additional gaffes, and you just can't get that stuff anywhere else. And yeah, this actually is my childhood copy. I got this when I was 6 years old as a reward for surviving first grade.
See, my childhood one is let me see. Which way? This way. Okay, so it is this one. That Terror of Mechagodzilla.
Yes.
If I was at home, I would go grab mine from my childhood. But like that right there, that Scimitar VHS is like if my house was burning down, that's one of like 5 items like that is my that started me. That will be buried with me. That VHS is like the heart and soul of my life.
I love to hear it. Well, I'll just set that anywhere, I guess. We're doing it live, folks. So you can't tell, but literally right next to me is a pile of recycling cardboard. I don't have a lot of room to work with. So is this the version you have, the digitally remastered full version?
So I think it might actually be the one that's got the black box.
Listen.
Or it's in, yes, I think it's that one. It could be the other one. I don't remember off the top of my head.
But does yours have the Godzilla Stomp of Approval sticker on it?
Some of my scimitars do.
Yes.
Some of them do.
For a while, I was trying to collect ones that didn't and ones that did, but then I realized that I have way too many of the same damn tape. And I decided I should probably rein it in just a little bit. But yeah, I have one of each over here. You can't tell because of the way the camera's set up, but I do have 10 scimitars over here, and they are the whole. You know what? Hang on. Let me see if I can ever so slightly. There they are.
I love that. Oh,
there they are.
That. That's so beautiful.
Yep. That's the last of the empty spaces underneath those. It will not remain empty long. It won't. It won't remain empty long. But yeah, that's one of the reasons that I love this stuff so much. Put that pizza box there.
So get out of frame. Jumping down, I want to make sure we get to all the comments while we're doing this. People are watching, so they're saying stuff. It's like you're listening. So Kim's going to be talking about Megalon with Neil Rebe.
Yes.
Did I say his name last? Right?
Yes, Rebe. Neil Rebe.
Rebe. Okay, good. I met Neil, so I don't want to butcher his name.
He will destroy you if you get his name wrong. He is a very violent man. This is not true. This is absolutely not true. Neil's a sweetheart. I'm just teasing him.
And she loves that movie. And then I think she's a little disappointed. Kim, if you're going to be at G-Fest next year, let's get all 4 of us. Let's run that panel. Let's run that panel.
That's what I was saying earlier. You mentioned Nate, you mentioned me, and I'm pretty sure I said what about Kim. If I didn't, then I was meaning to. This is one of her favorites. She's got to be on that panel.
Then let's do it. Let's have the film dude, the historical dude, the mega fan, and the mega fan.
Let's get like the mega fan historian, the mega fan historian collector, and whatever the heck Nate is. We can make this work. We can do. Sorry, Nate. No, but all of us are like, listen. We all love this movie. We've all got collectibles from it. We all know cool stuff about it, and we all bring a passion to it. Like I said, I know Kim loves it. And there's nothing better than having a panel full of people who they're not just up there spitting out knowledge. That's what I love. I love that, but it always makes it better when you're doing it from a place of, I love this thing and I'm so grateful that it's in my life. And that's what Megalon is to me. Like I have scent memories associated with watching that film at 6 years old. Like I have like candles that were burning in my house at the time. Yes. Like that's how vivid that film is in my memory. And like I said, my internal version of that film will always be a grainy public domain version. Always. It won't be the crystal clear HD version. Maybe, oh my gosh, I should bring like a pile of tapes with me to line up at the table.
Okay, you do that. I'll bring some stuff. We'll just bring some stuff and we'll just make the table our own.
Yes. Well, because when I was on the King Kong versus Godzilla panel last year, I brought my copy of Dr. Johnson's dinosaur picture book to put up at the table, and the entire room lost their minds. It was really a cool moment. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, is this weird to bring this? Is this like, I didn't want to feel like I was like taking over the panel or like, everybody look at me, I got this cool button. I don't know. I felt weird about it. I'm weird like that. But I pulled it out and everybody was like, look at this. it's amazing. Like, oh my gosh. People actually came up after the panel and wanted to see it, so I showed it off. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll bring a couple of exceptionally kooky Megalon tapes with me and just be like, well, how many of you had this one?
I'll bring some of my DVDs.
Yes. I'll bring I wonder if they're going to get anybody because last year they had somebody that was actually in the film. And they did technically have a panel last year on it. So I'll be curious to see if they do it again, but I should, because I did last year. I did bring my my Media Blasters DVD, which is the one with the extras on it.
I have all three four. I have all four Media Blasters Megalon releases.
Nice. I have two. I did not get the bare bones, and I didn't get the double feature. But I do have the Blu-ray, which has nothing on it except the movie. And then I lucked out and ordered the bonus feature version for $12.95 off Amazon when it leaked. I didn't even know until months later that was a thing. I was reading it on Sci-Fi Japan and I thought, surely not. And so I went upstairs and I was living at my parents' house at the time, and I threw it in the player, and sure enough, there's the commentary, and there's the interviews, and the stills gallery, and the Super 8mm version. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe this. And I've since gotten it signed by Katsuhiko Sasaki, and oh gosh, there goes his name. Help me out, Rokuro. And Ken. Oh no, I'm having a brain fart. Oh no, I can't. My brain turned off. Oh no. Hiroyuki Kawase. There it is. Hiroyuki Kawase. Sorry for the brain fart. But both of them have now signed this incredibly rare copy of the movie, so I can probably put my kids through college with it one day. But yeah. Oh, yep. Riley dropped the name in there too. There it is. But yeah, so oh my god. Yeah, so I'm always nervous to bring that copy anywhere with me because it's like that's the day that my trunk latch stops working and it rolls out onto the highway somewhere between Ohio and Illinois.
No, I'm just gonna bring my Mystery Science Theater 3000 Volume 5 DVD.
Yeah, it's volume 10, right? It's
volume 10. Volume 10.
See, I lucked out on that too because I got volume 10.2 when it was in Barnes and Noble because I just didn't feel like waiting around anymore for a good deal on 10. And then I found somebody just selling the disc. Just selling the Megalon disc, and they had taken the collector in me shivers a bit at this, but they had taken, presumably, I don't think they photocopied it, the box, everything on the volume 10 cardboard box that had something to do with Megalon, and cut it up and taped it inside of a blank DVD case. So I basically got everything. and there's the disc, and it was scratched. It was very scratched. And I was about to panic. It's like, I paid $30 for this thing, and it better work. And it works just fine. And you can find that episode online pretty easily, but I do have the official release. Whew, man. Adventures in Megalon. I know it's one of my many wacky Godzilla stories, and it seems a lot of my wacky Godzilla stories are Megalon related. I guess. Megalon the stream. See, this is what happens when you don't plan. It just magical things. Magical things happen. Magical things happen. Home video releases and all kinds of cool stuff. So
Kim's just gonna bring herself, and honestly, that's enough. Like Kim, you're so good.
More. Like, you are in. Yes. Yeah. That's all. That is all that is required. Your presence, the presence of the Kaiju Queen. Yes. Yes,
and then Kaiju Renaissance says, Versus Megalon was the first Godzilla movie I ever watched. Yeah. My grandparents had it on VHS and had me watch it because I was into dinosaurs. I've been a G fan ever. And this is the thing. And I want to do a full podcast about this. I argue Godzilla versus Megalon is arguably the most important Godzilla film to the United States Western fan.
100% agree. I 200% agree with that.
And absolutely. There's a whole rabbit hole that I want to go down one day about just that, because there is so much to break down. There's so much to talk about that I don't want to get into, but that would just be a great perspective podcast to just talk about what that did.
it's incredibly huge. I mean, the release of that film was pretty monumental. I mean, the cinema shares really, they pulled the John Hammond and spared no expense on the release of that film, because they went crazy with all the cool stuff that they did. They took it seriously. They did the crazy Twin Towers poster, and the comic book promotion. I have that in my collection of printed materials. I have, and it's in beautiful condition, the Megalon comic book. That's a cool thing to have. I mean, I'd say flip through, but it's literally a piece of paper folded in half. It's got 4 pages. It's pretty cool. But I would completely agree. That film, if for no other reason than just how overly accessible it was on home video, definitely the theatrical release, but the home video aspect, I think it's probably been seen by more, for at least for a period of time. It's the Godzilla film that was seen the most in the United States. It probably created more fans than any other film in the franchise up to that point, and probably since, I mean, at least until the Hollywood films. But there's so much there. Like, it's so significant. And I've seen a lot of people mention variations on that and bring up and then they lament, like, dear God, why did it have to be Megalon? Like, why couldn't it have been versus the Thing or Monster Zero? Like, why couldn't it have been, one of the good ones? Like, well, come on, give Megalon a break. Come on, that's not nice. Like, I get it, but come on, yeah. That's not nice. That's not nice. Megalon doesn't deserve that.
And now going into a little bit, let's focus a bit on you, Danny. Riley wanted to know if you're going to post chapters from Megalon this year in March, or...
Ooh. I am hoping to. I want to do something. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Trying to get. I'm sharing the link. I forgot to earlier because I started talking about tapes. Whoops. But yes, I am currently hoping. I don't like to make too many promises going forward now, especially since my last year was just like hot garbage when it came to planning for the Godzilla novelization project. But it's the 50th anniversary of Megalon. I have to do something. It's a book I have started. I did start it. It has a prologue. It has a chapter 1. The next chapter will be the crew driving home to find that the lab has been ransacked. I'm hoping I can get at least one more chapter out, and I'd love to time it for the anniversary. I'd love to do more than one chapter, but I can't. I don't want to promise anything, because last year I kept saying something's coming. I'm going to do, I'm working on this thing. And then I ended up having to go to a funeral that week instead. So I'm terrified I'm going to jinx something. I'm not a superstitious person, but yeah. I don't want to get too, it's a little too inside baseball, but last year the GNP, did not get as much done as I wanted, just because I had a bunch of just bad life upheavals, and had 4 deaths in my friend and family circle. I lost my grandmother. I lost a couple of family friends, and then I a couple of other people who I almost passed away. It was just one thing after another, and a couple of just rotten things that every time I felt like I was getting my creative legs back under me, something would just say, "Oh, you're standing on the rug again." Off you go. So I'm nervous to lock down any dates for things, but I think 50th anniversary of Megalon is a big one. I don't want to miss that. If nothing else, I'd like to do something for Kaiju Ramen for it. We'll see how that goes, because last year I did do an article on Gigan for the 50th anniversary, which a lot of people told me they liked, which was really cool. So I'd love to do another one, but we will see. But yes, more Megalon is coming. It is.
And then Riley says he's excited to see you at G-Fest.
Hey, thanks, man. I'm excited to see you too. Oh my gosh, it's coming up too. And it's February, but it's definitely closer than it was a couple months ago. Such is linear time. But that was funnier in my head. But yeah, it's just a couple months away. That's crazy.
I feel like I'm not even prepared. Like, I've got the hotel reservation.
I'm not prepared.
But that's it. And I've got a basic plan. I should say because I've got a few people. Mm-hmm. We have a plan for the
Share
most
regularly.
part.
Yes, yes. I'm
So-
formulating a couple of plans here and there. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do across the board yet. I'm still trying to figure out some stuff. I don't know. I keep going back and forth on panels I want to actually propose. I've only been part of a couple of panel proposals. I ended up on 8 panels last year just because I kept saying yes whenever they needed an extra person.
Now, I think we should do a panel. And, mine is
Yeah.
Megalon. We need to do. I still like the idea of a VHS or something.
I'm down. I'm 100% down. I don't know a lot. I don't really collect tapes all that much, but I can fake it.
We can talk about them.
We
Like,
could just
look at this cool one. Oh,
Look at
look
this.
at this one.
Look at
Don't
this
you
nonsense.
love Megalon looking like Mothra? Hey, what about 85 where it's Godzilla 67?
Yeah, what's this all about? Like some straight
There's
nonsense.
so much. There's
There's
so much we could talk about.
There's so much we could do. Okay, you can kind of see it. I'll just grab it for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about. This cover is for Godzilla versus Megalon.
I love it. I love it.
Like this is, I don't know. It just cracks me up. It cracks me up. I love it so much. Yeah, the weird Anchor Bay covers where they're actually just the other day, because I got on. I don't do this much anymore because I'm trying not to like blow through money, but I picked up a couple of cheap tapes off Amazon. Listen to me, off eBay, and I actually just got the last tape I needed. I have all of the Anchor Bay tapes twice, so I can display them side tableau and front tableau at the same time.
I think I can say same. I'm pretty sure I have.
Nice.
I have the one with the like cardboard like thing.
Mm-hmm. Mine's up there.
And then I've got each individual. I don't have the Sea Monster Canadian release.
I don't have that either. I've been trying to find. I found a lot with it in it recently, but it was like, I'm not paying $50 for, 4 tapes, and I have the other 4 just to get this. No, I'm not doing that. Maybe if I was swimming in just a little bit more dough, then maybe. But sadly, no, not currently. No on the dough.
And then Riley wants to know if you're going to dedicate your novelization of Return of Godzilla to Koji Hashimoto. Did I say that right? Koji
You did.
Hashimoto?
Koji Hashimoto. Yes, I honestly think so. I think that would be a nice way to honor his memory. For anybody out there who is not a reader of the Godzilla Novelization Project, and I'm just now realizing I didn't explain that at the beginning of the show because I was like tapes, but so my main kind of contribution to the Godzilla fandom is I'm the creator and author of the Godzilla Novelization Project, which is an ongoing creative endeavor to novelize all the Japanese Godzilla films, the Japanese version specifically, and to share those books free online. Free because if I do otherwise, Toho will end my life. So I'm like, I can't, and I wouldn't either because I respect them and I respect their copyright. So I wouldn't try to charge money for it just because of it's an ethical thing, but I literally can't also. So that's another key contributing factor. But I am in the habit of not naming. Words are hard. I am in the habit of dedicating the books to folks who worked on the films who are no longer with us. And whenever there's a major passing or a death, I will oftentimes add their names to books that have already been started, or I'll pencil in that name for when I start the book. It'll be dedicated to them. Last year, I added Takarada-san's name to the 54 Godzilla dedication, and I just about cried adding that name to that book. But Hashimoto-san would be a good name to add to that. Now, Elijah, I saw you go.
So have you thought about doing Tokyo SOS's novelization?
Just in general? I'm going to do it. I'll be doing that.
So you should do it fast because it just came out that tickets are now on sale to see Tokyo SOS in theaters.
Are you kidding me? I mean,
no, I'm not.
Like they announced that was like they didn't announce it though. Like it leaked.
But the tickets just went on
sale.
On
sale. That's astonishing that happened.
Here, Avery just posted. Okay, Kaiju fans, it looks like the Godzilla Tokyo SOS date has been changed to March 25th from March 25th to March 22nd, according to Box Office Mojo, and tickets are already on sale.
Good look. We got the touch. That's what we got. Yes. This is you're welcome, universe. Every Godzilla fans. This is obviously because of us, and we understand. We have the touch. We got the touch. When all hell's breaking loose, we'll be riding the eye of the storm.
We will. God, what are the odds? Like
3 for 3 so far, Slick. That's the odds. Like, never tell me the odds. Oh my god! Like, listen, this is craziness. Okay.
Oh, I love that. Love that. I'm gonna have to hang on. I have to buy tickets.
Okay, go for it.
I have to buy tickets. Like, I'm not. And then I'm gonna buy the tickets, and then I'm gonna request the day off, and I'm gonna say,
yeah. So it's the 22nd. What day of the?
I think that's a Sunday.
Is it a Sunday? Okay. Oh, I hope that's a Sunday. That would be excellent.
I think it's a Saturday. Never mind. I think it's Saturday. Just request the day off, Danny. Like,
if it's Saturday, I don't work. That's the thing, is I don't work on a Saturday.
Perfect. So I usually work.
Yep, that's a Saturday. That's a Saturday.
Sweet.
Yes. All right. That's okay. So it looks like they actually kind of they might have taken some advice there, because the Mechagodzilla, the Against Mechagodzilla was like, it was in the middle of the week. And I know a lot of people said, well, I can't go see it because I'm working. So maybe they listened. They did also, and you know this, but for anybody else out there who might not have heard, they are going to show the Gigan Rex short in the theaters before Tokyo SOS, just like they showed the Gigan short before Mechagodzilla a few months ago. Whew. Wow. Okay, so I don't know what kind of magical juju we've got cooking here, my friend, but some Kaijuju. I'm not proud of that. I'm a little proud of that. Anyway, yeah. Nate's not here with his magical soundboard of doom, so we don't have to. There we go. Yes, Kim says good things happen when Elijah and Danny get together. This is true. This is absolutely true. We have some. Y'all are welcome. I'm just saying, y'all.
I'm just saying, when Final Wars goes, I'm gonna freak out. Like, I would love to, and I'm curious if it's gonna be the Japanese transfer or the. I would love to see what that, because like if it is the original Japanese transfer, I would freak out. Like, I love Kitamura, classic Kitamura, like the look, but like, I would love that.
I'd be 100% down. I'd be 100% down. That needs to happen. That needs to happen very much. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy cool. That's crazy cool. I'm hoping there's more after this. Like, I don't want to jump too far ahead. I'm happy being grateful for what's happening right now. But tell you what, I want to see more of this. I think Final Wars is a shoe-in for the next one, but unless they hold off for next year, because it will be turning 20.
I could see that.
Yeah. Unless because this year for Tokyo SOS makes sense because 20, and
Against Mechagodzilla 20.
So it makes sense that they might hold off. But they're doing these really close together. So I'm wondering if maybe they'll go back. Maybe the next one will be Mechagodzilla 93, or it'll be I don't know.
Because
I don't know if they will.
So Sony owns from Mechagodzilla 93 up to GMK theatrical rights. Toho still has Against through Final Wars.
Interesting. So they would either have to go way back or just keep going forward.
They couldn't even go way back because Janus has all the rights from
Janus has
to 92.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Because the Janus logo has been popping up at the beginning of Heisei screenings. So we'll see how.
But Janus likes doing screenings. So
Janus likes doing Listen, they might be able to call. Maybe they'll call Janus and say, "Hey, I got Fathom on the other line, and we want to do a thing." I don't know how that works because Toho pretty much handled all of the against Mechagodzilla release themselves.
Yes.
They just went right to Fathom and said, "Hey, Fathom, check it out."
Do you?
But they did use they used the Sony, those pretty rotten Sony subtitles.
Were they Sony subtitles?
They were, because so the against Mechagodzilla subtitles are not that bad. There are a couple of wonky lines and some misspellings that are on the DVD and Blu-ray copies. My favorite is when that's my second favorite. My favorite is when our lead scientist is accused of, quote, emitting pheromone. Just gonna let that one ride for a second. Let it sink in, folks. Let it sink in. You uncomfortable yet? I sure am. So that's upsetting on multiple levels, but like the fact that was in there, like they didn't go back and fix that. If they put Tokyo SOS in theaters and it has the DVD Blu-ray dub titles, that I don't usually get, like that kind of stuff doesn't usually bother me. Like I'm just happy to go see the movies. I don't care. It's fine. But the dub titles are one of the few things that actively like gets under my skin a little bit. Like, come on, guys, come on. But I don't know if I don't think Toho has ever paid to have other subs made.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think they've ever done it. So I think the only official subtitle track is the Sony one. I think okay. I mean, maybe. I'll go see it and I'll love it no matter what. I'm a glass half full person. I'm not going to complain, but that's a little silly if that's the case. That's a little ridiculous, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah.
Now, I have a theory about why Toho has been doing this personally, minus the fact that, it's Toho has these rights and might as well use them, right? Get some money. I'm wondering if this is them testing the waters to see if they can work with Fathom to bring, because Toho doesn't like middlemen.
Nope.
Toho likes just going straight in.
Yes.
What if they can work with Fathom to release Godzilla Zero to US theaters?
If they don't have to go through Funimation, if they don't have to go through fill in the blanks, this is okay. Is this the first? I mean, it's not the first time, but it's the first time in a hot minute that Toho has been directly no middleman involved in the release of a film stateside.
What would the other one be?
The early screenings of Final Wars.
Okay, yeah, like the red carpet premiere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was direct from Toho. Yes. I don't think that's happened since then. Shin Godzilla was obviously done through Funimation.
And Netflix was the anime trilogy. And that's it so far. And I think the last time that Toho directly handled this was 19 years ago. That's crazy. And before that, they hadn't touched anything. Like nothing was Toho.
No,
minus the screenings of selling the film overseas.
Yeah, or stuff like G-Fest showing GMK and stuff like that, like those Megaguirus, the early Millennium films. But after, I think that's it. So it seems pretty clear to me, like they just don't want to. They like you said, they don't like middlemen. They don't want that, and they don't. The thing is, they don't really need it. They don't need a middleman. Back in the day, Toho didn't have the presence big enough in Japan / so big in Japan that it could bleed over into America, even though they did have American offices, to release movies like the original 1954 Godzilla or Mothra versus Godzilla or Astro Monster, whatever. They didn't have the capital. They didn't have the infrastructure to release those films themselves in wide across the states. That just wasn't part of the package. So they had to go to UPAs and AIPs and all these different middlemen companies to release the films and dub them and distribute them, and people like Cinema Shares and then eventually Sony. So those it's just not necessary anymore. Like it's one of those things that you just don't need to do that. Mm-hmm. And having a partner is helpful because having somebody like Funimation on the team can help with things like the distribution and the promotion. And so there are benefits. Toho has to do everything themselves if they don't have a middleman. But I just don't think they need one. They have the power and they have the reach now, and partnering with Fathom, which is not a middleman, it's the distribution channel. I think this could be a good thing because it's Toho actually giving the film to the world now, as opposed to giving it to somebody else and saying, you give it to them for us.
I mean,
we'll pay you.
Look at like Godzilla Island and GODZILLA. Like that's all like being brought over to the States, not by like a random company. That's Toho International. That is them putting it out.
And thank goodness for that. So Godzilla Island, this is confession time to the internet, is one of my favorite things on the planet ever. It's one of my favorite Godzilla things. It's in the top spot for like one of, if not my favorite Godzilla things on the planet. I adore Godzilla Island. I've been watching it since I was very little and tracked down a bootleg. I love it so much. It's great. And the fact that it's on YouTube now, and it's getting translated. I watched it unsubbed for years when I was in high school, in middle school. So, craziness. So they don't need that. They don't need to give it to somebody else and say, here, run this ball the rest of the way down the court. That is the only sports metaphor you will hear from me for this entire stream, by the way. And I think I did it right. I'm very proud of myself, but they don't need that. They don't need that. They just don't. So I think you're right. I think they're seeing how these films, I mean, quote unquote, the classics. I mean, these films aren't, Showa. They're not, 50, 60, 70 almost years old, but they have a lot more, like the Millennium films have a lot more, I guess, assumed commercial value to a blockbuster consuming pop cultural landscape than the Showa films do, because the effects are a little bit more polished. They're a little bit less, and I'm using words I don't agree with here. I'm using words that an American viewer who's never seen one of these films in a theater might use. So I'm going to use words
we're
like
hurting.
Yeah, like words like simplistic, or my favorite, crude. I hate it. Which is not obviously nonsense if you pay attention to these films and you see how gorgeous they are. But there is, like, while the Showa films are amazing and beautiful films, there's no doubt that the effects used then are different than the effects used now, or even 20 years ago for the Millennium films. I don't like saying 20 years ago Millennium films, but it's crazy. But those films have a lot more modern filmmaking sensibilities in them, in the storytelling, in the effects, and just in how they're shot. I mean, so you can put a Tokyo SOS or a Mechagodzilla or Final Wars into theaters, and you'll probably get more butts in seats than if you put Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster into theaters in a wide release. That's the kind of crowd that's going to see Turner Classic Movies stuff. Like, they're going to see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or Gone with the Wind when it's put back into theaters. But even less, because I would imagine those crowds don't completely overlap. The Gone with the Wind crowd and the Ashiro Honda crowd are not
together.
Not always. No. Sometimes, I love classic film, and most of the films I see in theaters now are Fathom Event Turner releases or Ghibli Fest things. Movies that have been out. Like, my favorite movie I saw last year is a movie that came out 40 years ago, and I just saw it in the theater. You know what I mean? It's not a new movie, but I think you're right. I'm rambling. But you're right. I think they're preparing for Yamazaki to swoop in and just, here's the new movie.
And like, I there's a podcast episode where I talk a lot about Godzilla Zero. I think it's bonus episode 5. So if you want to, I would recommend listening to that. I can do selfish promotion because it's my show.
Shameless self-promotion.
But I get the vibe that Yamazaki's Godzilla Zero is a call to arms for Toho. I feel like Godzilla Zero specifically is meant to birth a new era. Like, One thing that a lot of people talk and the way they classify Godzilla films, which I agree with, and I have been one that has been pushing for like a box set of all the films from 54 to 04. That is the
Please.
classic Godzilla era. That is like, yes, you have Showa, yes, you have Heisei, yes, you have Millennium. But when you take a step further back and you look at it as like this timeline, it almost feels like that is the classic Godzilla era. That is like
I agree.
Pre-modern era. Even though it was made in the modern era,
Mm-hmm.
it feels like that is such a time capsule of, I mean, tokusatsu and filmmaking.
They'll never be made like that again,
No.
completely at least, which is sad in a lot of ways. But I'm going to be okay. I agree with what you're saying because the more I've been looking at how Toho has been approaching the kind of eclectic nature of Godzilla over the last 6 or 7 years with Shin, anime trilogy, Singular Point, and all this stuff, and then you have what's happening over here in the States with the MonsterVerse and such. You have all these different takes, and it almost feels like they've been tinkering with the formula a little bit and seeing what works here. Whoa, that really worked. Let's try this. Let's try that. Let's poke at it a little bit. The more I look at what it feels like they're trying to do later, what they're building toward, it's starting to feel like what we're looking at, where we are right now until this new film comes out at the end of this year, is an intermediary point between what I'm now kind of feeling, really seriously feeling, is Godzilla Phase 1, 54 through 2004. Godzilla, the first 50 years.
It gave me goosebumps. Goosebumps.
It feels like they're looking at it as Godzilla Phase 1. And what we're doing right now is we're living through since 14 technically, but just for Toho, we'll say 16 with Shin Godzilla. We're seeing an intermediary period where they're taking the opportunities they can get, they're experimenting, and they're building toward the next phase. Because what happens when Yamazaki releases his film feels to me like the beginning of Godzilla Phase 2, the next 50 years, which takes us to however long that goes. It could be 50 years. It could be, I know, it's cool. Now this is just speculation, so I don't want anybody going to print, like, I don't want Screen Rant hearing me and saying Godzilla Phase 2 announced. Like, I don't want to see that. But the possibility that they are, like, that's what they're doing, that they're taking everything that they did the first 50 years from 54 to 2004, and they're putting that in a box and saying that's the classic era, that's Phase 1, and now we're going to mess with it a little bit, and we're going to build toward the second phase, the second iteration, the second kind of renaissance. Because what does an intermediary period do? It does two things. One, it lets you experiment. Two, it keeps the character in the public consciousness for a while so that when you build to the next big thing, people don't forget. And three, it does number 2. There is no number 3. Darn it. I had that all planned out and it didn't happen, but you know what I mean. Think of it as, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. In terms of Toho, what we're going through right now feels a little bit to me like the 55 to 62 7-year gap between Raids Again and King Kong versus Godzilla, where Toho didn't do any Godzilla films, but instead they did stuff like The Mysterians and Rodan and Mothra and Varan and Battle in Outer Space and the mutant films, and they took the sci-fi monster kaiju trappings that they had experimented with for those first 2 films, and they refined them and they tried new things. They said, okay, well, this film's going to be in color. That worked out. Let's do this one in color and widescreen in Toho scope. That worked out. Let's do alien invasions. Let's do fill in the blank. All the stuff. Let's do a fantasy for families. Let's do a horror film with pteranodons. Let's do all this stuff so that when they brought Godzilla back in 62, the landscape was different and they were prepared to launch that entire decade's worth of classic films, starting with King Kong versus Godzilla. And then they just start pumping out masterpiece after masterpiece after that, right? They go to Mothra versus Godzilla. They go to Ghidorah. They go to Monster Zero. And the films that they made from Rodan up through Mothra, and all those films in between, whether they had kaiju in them or not, were in a way keeping that genre alive between Godzilla films and also preparing for what came next. Now, they weren't necessarily preparing actively for a new Godzilla film. They were just making more movies. But it ended up working out that way.
Right.
So I think, I don't know, like that feels, something about that feels on point to me.
And one of the aspects of what Toho's been doing is, I would argue this all started with Shinji Higuchi's Attack on Titan duology.
Oh, I completely agree.
Because that is like the intermediate between the modern like CGI and the classic effects, and
Yes.
it didn't work. So then Toho took that, and I wish I like those films.
I like them too.
I wish it would have worked, but I
Me
think
too.
Toho looked at that and said, "Okay, we can't do this anymore." So then the following year we had Shin Godzilla. Destroyed the landscape, like completely like it just demolished everything. And that's where I think Toho learned, we need to start something new. We need to do something different. We are creating the new Godzilla. And what they've been doing is they've been picking seasoned directors that grew up with classic Godzilla, took the time, mastered their craft, and now have become the leading edge directors of the modern age. Takashi Yamazaki, if you look at his filmography, is full of war films, and science fiction epics.
Yeah.
What did Honda do? What did Honda do? War films, science fiction epics. And then here comes King Kong versus Godzilla. Absolutely obliterates the landscape, creates a brand new genre. Like, it was established, but King Kong versus Godzilla took the idea of kaiju and completely made it mainstream, made it the best option for companies, leading to every major studio producing their own kaiju film in 1967.
Yes, the boom.
Anno and Higuchi basically said, goodbye structure, goodbye what we know as kaiju, hello new era. And Toho took that destruction of that tower, that 50, almost 60-year-old out tower. I'd put Attack on Titan at the top.
Yeah.
Completely obliterated that, started a new foundation with Shin Godzilla, started building with Singular Point and the anime trilogy, and is now ready to begin the new phase, the new era. And Yamazaki, I think, is the perfect director to have. And I just learned this in an interview for Always Sunset 2. He said that he had been wanting to make a Godzilla movie for a long time, and that he thought Always 2 was his only time because he felt Godzilla belonged in the Showa era. It didn't feel right outside of that. So that was his contribution. And now here we are. A decade and a half later, and now Yamazaki gets to take the idea that he just touched in 2007 and is now allowed to create the new Godzilla.
It's poetry. It rhymes.
It's like,
it's chilling, dude. You get chills thinking about it. You do. Like, you do. It feels. So that's the other interesting thing, is because Yamazaki, like you said, has been wanting to do this for a while. It feels like there's been a Godzilla story inside his head for at least 20 years, if not 30 years, just trying to claw its way out. Probably literally. But it's like, okay, so if he got his chance, he did this. If anybody out there has not seen the Always Sunset on 3rd Street 2. I mean, both movies are amazing, but the sequence at the beginning of number 2, the Godzilla sequence that he put in that film, is astonishing. It is so good. It's amazing, and it feels like this has been a long time coming. I remember when Shin Godzilla, before we knew that was the title, was announced. They, the footprint came out. Everybody saw the footprint. Oh, what's going to happen with this footprint? New movie coming out. Some of the speculation at the time was, and this would have been 2015, late 14 is 15. That pardon me, that Yamazaki would be doing it then too. I remember August Ragone talking about it. He did an interview. He was on Kaiju Cast to talk about the news, and my gosh, that was 8 years ago. And wow. And he said, I feel like Yamazaki's a shoe-in because at the time he was not too far removed from the Yamato, the space battleship Yamato movie that he'd done, the live action one.
It's a great film.
Yeah,
It's great.
And it's so good. And everybody, that film, if you want to catch up on Yamazaki's filmography before this new Godzilla film comes out, the Space Battleship Yamato live action film is available officially on DVD and Blu-ray in the United States. It's on Amazon. It's out there. You can get it. So that's a good place to jump in, I would say, because a lot of his work is not available outside the States, unfortunately, but in the States, outside Japan. But if he had done it then, one has to wonder if I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Like I'm treading dangerously close to everything happens for a reason. Territory here, but I feel like him doing it now is more significant somehow than him doing it then. I feel like Higuchi and Ano. Yes, I feel like Ano and Higuchi were the men for the job in 2016, and I think they delivered. They definitely delivered. I think that everything they've done since has been, building to something. And the fact that Yamazaki, because they kept teasing us, like he does this sequence in Always 2. It's amazing that he might get to do it in 2016. No, he's not going to do it. Oh, he's doing The Ride. That's great. It's not quite a movie, but it's, and of course the ride footage is astonishing also. It's so good. And now he's doing this new film. And the theory being that it could very easily just be its own standalone thing, and they could try to go off and do something else. It could be the beginning of the World of Godzilla thing that Toho has been trying to get off the ground for years now. And the next film might be a Ghidorah film, like they said in that interview forever ago. Who knows if that's the plan anymore. But it could be leading into kind of a redo of the Showaverse in a way. Not exactly, but just that kind of, here's a movie with a monster in it. Here's a movie with another monster in it. Now we're going to put them all together and we're going to build towards an alien invasion. And they're not retelling the events exactly, but they're building off of previous films in that way and kind of going along. Could that be what we get? Because we are going, if if all the stuff that's come out about this film is to be believed, then we're going back to the 40s. We're going back to the 40s on this thing. And I'm bumping things again. I should really move that box. It's nothing but quality. But you know what I mean. Like it feels like they waited for the right time. I would have loved to have seen him do a Godzilla film at any point in history that he was alive and capable of doing so. But the fact that he's doing it right now feels important.
It does. And it's the fact that it feels we're so far removed from that classic era.
Yeah.
That the fact that Yamazaki is like he has said Godzilla belongs in that era. Like you cannot take Showa out of Godzilla. Like that mentality. A lot of people agree with that, but like you don't hear it said that way. Like you cannot take the Showa out of Godzilla. Godzilla is a creation of the Showa era. Godzilla was at his highest point in the Showa era. To think that now we have a director that understands that and he wants to return to that, but also it's Yamazaki, and Yamazaki is a wizard at modern. But the fact that he's apparently producing the film, directing the film, writing the film, director of special effects, and his effects company is the one working on the film.
Like, guy's got Tommy Wiseau syndrome.
Yeah,
but in a good way.
I kind of want to say that he's the Michael Dougherty of Toho. Like, it feels like this is like all him.
Like it's all him. Like this feels to like that's why I was saying that it feels like this is a movie that's been in his head for years, because it feels like they said, "Listen, Slick, we trust you. Here you get to direct it, you get to write it, you get to produce it, you get to, I don't know how I ended up with a fourth finger there, whatever, you get to do the effects, you get to, you can act in it, you get to write the music, you get to play all the characters, you get to hold the movie poster in front of the theater. You get to, you get to make all the music yourself with a kazoo, like, whatever. The guy, I kid, but this is going to be his jam. And it's almost more than most, like, how many Godzilla directors or creators in general have had that many irons in the stove for one film before?
Honda for Revenge,
but still not as many. I mean, he directed, wrote, supervised the effects. What else?
He directed the film. He supervised the effects. He was the co-writer.
Mm-hmm. Other than that, the only other person I can think of that would seem to have that much of an impact, just as kind of because this is really kind of giving me auteur vibes. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because Yamazaki is an auteur. You can really kind of feel the mark of a Yamazaki movie when you watch it, I think. So as an auteur, he is giving me Bono vibes. Not in the same way, but do you know what you feel? You picking up what I'm putting down here?
Like Ono basically had free reins to do whatever. Bono,
of course, Bono didn't do the effects himself, but he ended up taking the script from Kimura, aka Mabuchi, same guy, and basically redid most of it himself. So he wrote the film. It was based on his idea. He directed it. And that film Godzilla vs. Hedorah could not have been made by any other human being on the planet. Only Bono-san could have ever made that film the way it ended up. That is such his film. It's as wacky as it is, it's a beautiful film. I adore Godzilla vs. Hedorah so much. And it's so him, and it's so singular. And it makes me wonder how, considering how much of Yamazaki's handprints are going to be all over this thing, are we looking at a scenario where this is a director, a creator who is like potentially more involved than most other directors have ever been? Honda definitely. I mean, Honda, it's going to be hard to top Honda just because he did so many of them and he was so invested. And Bono for sheer creative intensity and insanity. But oh man, and obviously there's a lot of Anno and Higuchi and Shin Godzilla. There's a lot of that too. But this really could be like a new auteur Godzilla film, if you think about it. It could be.
And I'm really curious. So, like, the thought process behind if this will create a new world of Godzilla. I've been wondering, will Yamazaki even return to do a sequel? He has done sequels. He did Parasite Part 1 and 2.
He did.
But besides that, I don't think he's ever worked on a sequel.
I don't think so. And if it was ever going to happen, if he was ever, like, this would be the thing that would lure him back for a sequel, right? Like, it's Godzilla. He loves it. If there was ever a reason to come back, he might. Now he could say, okay, I've done what I wanted to do. I've said what I've wanted to say. I've done just what I set out to do with this character. I have nothing else I need to say in a sequel. Somebody else take the story from here. That's totally fair. That would work fine. Mm-hmm. No complaints there, but
pull an Anno.
Yeah, exactly. Just like I said what I wanted to say. It's, my voice is in, my stamp has now been put on the character and the franchise. I got nothing else to add. You take over now, kids. I always think of the scene from Biollante with Shiragami and the helicopter, and he says, "My generation is. It's time for my generation to step aside. It's up to you guys now." Which I always felt was very metatextual, considering the production of Biollante. Mm-hmm. But you could almost apply that here as well, because over the last 7 years, we've been getting some wacky Godzilla stuff. And this new film, if it really is the beginning of phase 2, then, that's, I don't know. Like, that's the thing, is I don't want to sit here and get like too hung up on certain ideas, because I really don't want to have a single lick of expectation walking into this film either. That's the thing.
Right.
I know a lot of people are going to go into this movie with the movie that they want to see already in their head. And I would politely advise against that if you can help it. Just go in and see it, and whatever it's going to do, it's going to do. And you can decide whether you like it or not after that. But this is such a great time to just be excited. It's just, so exciting.
And I think for me, at least, like, I don't know what to expect. Like, for me, as a Godzilla fan, and as somebody who has watched Yamazaki's films,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I'm gonna get out of this. Like,
That might be for the best.
Like,
that might be for the best. Just go with it.
The thought that it's a 40s Godzilla movie has me like utterly bamboozled. I'm like, I don't even know how to react. I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm when Shin Godzilla was coming out, I had this expectation from the theories that were heard.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm like, I'm not going to listen to the theories. Godzilla's not going to regenerate from the bones of 54.
Nope.
There's a deep cut.
Someone
if
will get
anybody
it.
remembers that.
Someone will get that one. That was a. So when I was in, because I went, and you know this, I actually went to Japan to see Shin Godzilla open in 2016, and I got to see the production maquette in person, the big one. That's kind of tan colored. And it, first of all, it was gorgeous, and it was surreal to be that close to the darn thing. It was at Summer Wonderfest. And there was a little object next to it. And I'll dig this picture out and send it to you. I don't know if it's floating around online anywhere, but in the glass case with the maquette of Shin Godzilla was this weird kind of conical shaped, lumpy looking. It almost looked like a Magatama kama bead, but it was spiky and looked almost like a cross between a seashell and a like a caterpillar almost. It had spikes and spines on it. It looked alive, and it was just laying there really small next to Godzilla's foot. And I almost didn't see it, and then I went, "Wait a minute, what the heck is that thing?" And I thought to myself, like, wait a minute, what is that? Why is that in here? What's the deal with that? And the speculation at the time was like it was some kind of larva that Godzilla was going to evolve from, or maybe that was his offspring or something like that. And I was trying not to think about that before I went into the movie. I'm like, no, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to think about any theories. Because I didn't really look at theories before the movie came out. I didn't want to know. So I went in cold, and there was nothing like that in the film. Of course, Godzilla does evolve throughout the film, but I later found out that little doodad in the glass case was a sculptural reference. It was a kind of fruit, and it was a sculpture of like this very spiny fruit that the artists were using as reference for his scales, for his scale texture. So I mentioned that to say that rumors can sometimes have very simple but unexpected origins. So take everything you see and hear with a grain of salt, because sometimes it's just an artistic reference fruit, and not a larva, or
I
an
know.
egg or
I
something.
know. Like a week after the Godzilla Zero was officially announced, I knew about it like 2-3 months before it actually happened.
Yep. I heard about it too.
I remember when I was in a special meeting that that I was in.
Yes.
And when we started talking about that, and I got like the like, yes, this is a thing. It's being announced in November 3rd, 2022. I remember sitting there thinking, there's no way, like a new Godzilla movie, and I know about it.
That's so cool.
It took all of my power to not just go on and like, new Godzilla movie. Oh my god. I'm so excited. Yeah. Takashi Yamazaki.
Yeah, that's the cherry on top right there. Something similar happened with me, because when I was because remember, I saw Shin Godzilla on opening day with no subtitles. So I didn't know, and it's such a talky movie. So the next day, I and the other people that were with me on my tour group, we met up with some kind folks. I don't recall their names, but they were affiliated with Toho, and they put us down and sat us in a room, and they explained the plot to us in English. And then we went back and watched the movie a second time with context. Still no subtitles, but we had context. And one of the things that one of these two gentlemen said, because he was talking to us about the production of the film, is he said, "Oh, and by the way, don't tell anyone, but Shin Godzilla 2 is happening. That there's a treatment that exists, and Toho knows, and like Toho has seen it, and it's still under wraps. So, mum's the word, zip it a lip." And so as I'm bouncing up and down in my chair, like trying not to lose my mind, oh my gosh, there's going to be a second one. And then years and 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 years pass, and the movie does not materialize. And I'm like, were they misinformed? Were they lying? And now, just recently, over the last year, it's come to light that not Higuchi, but Anno did pitch a Shin Godzilla pseudo sequel kind of thing that would have kind of been like a Champion Festival style repackaging of footage. And I believe that's what this guy was talking about. So it was never a proper sequel. But all those years, I was like, when it gets announced and I tell people I knew about it 5 years ago, I'm going to look like a genius. Which is, I haven't looked like a genius yet. I'll let you know if it ever happens. But so I almost had a moment like that, but I cannot claim that I did because the movie never got made.
Well, at least you can say you knew it was a thing before everybody else did.
It was a thing. I knew it was a thing. The closest I can get to that is in it's 2014, 15, the year that Shinpei Hayashiya came to G-Fest. I don't remember what year that was. It was pretty
2014.
I think it was 14. It was either 14 or 15.
It was not 15.
It was not 15. Okay, so it would have been 2014. It would have been 2014. So he comes to G-Fest thinking that nobody there is going to know who he is. Ha, the fool. Filled that ball. Elijah, you should have seen it. That ballroom was filled with people happy to see Hayashiya-san, and he got emotional. And he got up in front of the room and was like doing the wave and getting people to cheer and making them stop. And it was so funny. And I happened to get in the elevator with his interpreter, and because Hayashiya-san didn't at the time really speak that much English. And getting an alert here. So I was chatting with him and I said, "Please tell Hayashiya-san how happy we are that he came to the United States to see us. We're so happy that he came all this way." And he said, I like something like, "Yeah, I'll tell him he's very happy and he's going to go back to Japan and make a new movie." And he said, "Shh, don't tell anyone." And I said, "I won't tell anyone." And I didn't. And that movie ended up getting announced a little less than a year later. And it was Raiga versus Oga, the film that he was inspired to make because of his warm reception in America. So next time, G fans, next time you feel like you don't have any power in the world, just remember that if you were there that year and you saw Shinpei Hayashiya, it is because of you that an entire kaiju movie exists, which is pretty cool. Say what you will about the movie, but the fact that it exists is pretty astonishing. You can get it as a thank you to American kaiju fans because they made him feel at home, which is really cool.
How can I say this?
Here, while you say that, I can hear you. I'm going to plug my tablet in, so I'm going to disappear magically for a second, but I can still hear you. Bye. There we go.
Danny will be back. I feel like I have something like that. I can't.
Really?
It's very recent.
Very recent, you say?
Like within the last month.
That's probably a good thing. Knocking things over.
I'm just gonna say that I've talked to a few companies about something.
Do I know what this something is?
You probably do. I
Okay.
can't talk too much.
Okay.
But let's just say that I've been contacting a lot of people for something, and I might be helping getting something done. That's the most vaguest thing ever.
That is very vague, sir. That is very, very vague, but you can't get any more detailed than that. That's fine.
But if it does happen, I don't know, like it will be something that I can put on my like my Twitter bio. Like
Damn.
my Twitter bio. Like it's something that I can like refer back to. And just the fact that I might have that opportunity is like amazing, because this is something that I feel really deeply about, something that like I have been fighting for and pushing and supporting for so long that it's something. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Don't say anything you don't feel comfortable saying, bud. It's all good. We will know. Yes, I said. 2 seconds later, we hear a knock on Elijah's side of the stream. Let me in. Yeah.
Kim,
I just want to talk. Yeah, just. We see two hands come out on that side and grab you by the neck and pull you off the camera. Yep, or like she has a cane and she pulls you off vaudeville. I went the wrong way. Vaudeville style.
Oh wait, no, this way. It's this way.
There you go. There you go.
But
don't be putting on the Ritz too much there. There we go. That's better.
It's amazing to know that kaiju fans have so much. Like,
yes. There's so much going on. There's so much that's new. Oh man, Minoru Kawasaki's newest film is getting a Blu-ray release here.
Yes.
And I'm so excited about that.
Yes, that I Super Legend God
Hikoza.
Okay.
Hikoza. Super Legend God Hikoza. Minoru Kawasaki is one of the best humans, I think, that alive.
He needs to come to G-Fest.
Yes, he does. For anybody out there who doesn't know who the heck we're talking about, this insane man, Mr. Kawasaki is. I've heard him described as like the Ed Wood of Japan. I don't think that's a good way of saying it at all.
Weird Al of Japan. But the film version?
Yes, like the film version of Weird Al. He is like a mixture of Weird Al, Mel Brooks, and I don't know. Like just he basically
Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, sure, Steven Spielberg. Martin Scorsese. Yeah, he's class. So basically, the guy he's a comedian and he directs comedy films and parody films and satires, and some of them are direct parodies and some of them are just completely whacked out. He has a trilogy of movies that the main characters are like people in animal suits doing wacky things like wrestling or running companies.
So you've got Goalkeeper Crab. Kabuto Crab?
Oh, yes.
Kabuto Beetle. No, it's Kabuto Beetle. Executive Koala.
Calamari Wrestler. And then
President
Tanuki. Yeah. So it's 5? It's 5 films. I missed one.
5 films now.
Okay, and they're completely wacky, but people in the kaiju fandom would probably know him best for his kaiju and toku parodies, like The World Sinks Except Japan, and probably most predominantly Monster X Strikes Back, Attack the G8 Summit.
I mean, Earth Defense Widow, I would say, is up there.
Earth Defense Widow, but by nature of it not being available officially in the States, it's a little less well known. But that one's up there, Earth Defense Widow, which I'm going to put the kibosh on saying anything else about that on stream. Just if you're of a certain age, just look it up. Just don't let your kids look at it. It's a parental warning. Not for the little ones. That's all I'll say. But also, my gosh, a nice spread of films. Like a lot of good Outer Man. A lot of people have now seen Outer Man because it's on Amazon Prime. That's a great one about this is a rabbit hole I could just keep on going down. But basically, the guy is great. And most recently, some of his films have started getting picked up by SRS Cinema. Monster Seafood Wars just came out. Was it a couple years ago? Last year.
Last year.
And they just announced his newest film, Hikoza, is coming out, and it's got a big robot in it. It's got a big goofy looking kaiju in it. I'm interested to see how much, like, because his films are spread out between multiple distributors. Because who did Daikaiju Mono?
That was Sentai.
That was Sentai Filmworks. Okay.
Synapse Films did World Sinks Except Japan, Executive Koala, and The Rug Cop.
Which I have not seen Rug Cop.
And then SRS Cinema's done Monster Seafood Wars and this one.
Yes.
I know there's a push for Planet Prince 2021.
Oh, please. I want to see that. Because I'm a big fan of the original Planet Prince, or Prince Planet, or however you want to say it.
Yeah. And then you've got President Tanuki.
Yes.
That one, no words have been like spoken about that one.
I haven't seen any stirrings on that one, which is unfortunate, but I'm hoping somebody picks it up. That would be really nice.
I really want to see Kabuto Beetle and Goalkeeper Crab get some distribution, because neither of those have been released. And Earth Defense Widow, I will say.
Earth Defense Widow. Listen, it's.
I want to see all of his. I would love to see Kawasaki's library get released.
I want to see it all. I want to see SRS go back a little bit and do some of his stuff from a decade or so ago that hasn't gotten a release. I like that they're hopefully getting into a pattern where they can start to release his new stuff consistently, because the guy does a movie a year now. And most of them are two. Yeah, that's right. He does 2 movies, because last year he did Hikoza and Prince Planet.
Yeah, and then this year was No,
Tanuki was the year before that.
No, Tanuki was last year. So was
this Planet Prince.
Planet Prince was 21.
Okay, I've got Hikoza was last year along with Tanuki. Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
And then it was Planet Prince, and before that was Monster Seafood Wars, and before that was Kaiju Mono.
Yes.
And then Outer Man. Then it was Earth Defense Widow, then Monster X, then Rug Cop, Executive Koala, Calamari Wrestler, Kabuto. No.
We sound deranged with saying these movie titles. We sound like we're off our rockers.
I feel like it's also the fact that I'm just rolling them off the tongue. It's like,
oh yeah, that's listen. You don't understand. Like, you have not seen true cinema until you've seen Executive Koala. The title alone should be selling you. And that's why I don't like, again, Ed Wood of Japan, I don't agree with, because Ed Wood was, I mean, I get it because both of them are having fun with what they're doing and not taking it that seriously, but Ed Wood did take himself seriously to a degree. Minoru Kawasaki knows that what he does is ridiculous. It's self-aware, and it's beautiful as a result. So the fact that there's now an active channel for releasing his films in the States to SRS specifically, oh, that's good. That's good. We're just swimming in stuff.
And the weirdest part about Kawasaki is he actually got the privilege, like, from everything we've spoken, he does low budget, like crazy stuff, but he did a pseudo sequel to a Showa era kaiju movie with Monster X Strikes Back.
Yep.
And it's like, how did
bizarre.
he, like, it's like, that's like his biggest, I would say his biggest property he's done. And it's so weird to, like, he did that.
Yeah. I'd like to see him bring back other
Gappa?
Gappa. I want to see I would see him do like a weird Gappa sequel, or
then there's a group of people singing the Gappa song.
Yes. Okay. Can we talk to him? Actually, and this is not like me being like self-important or anything.
Does he follow you and have you friends too? Yeah, me too.
Yes, he follows both of us. So what I'm saying is, like, we're not trying to brag here, but the three of us are basically like best friends, and no, that's not true. That's not true. We've, like, you and I have both said some complimentary nice things about his movies to him, and he's responded to a couple of mine and said thank you. I'm assuming he's liked and responded to a couple of yours too. He'll just do, like, we're not like he'll just do that with nice people. We're not trying to like, did I drop something? Like we didn't name drop in here, but he's a cool dude. He'll, if he knows you like his films, he'll Facebook follow you. He's a nice guy, from what I understand.
And he has great style.
Yes, he does. He does. He's a snappy dresser. Him and Ben Faruya. They've got they have, I don't know if they have the same tailor, but they both have very good tailors.
They do. Now I'm trying to remember, because there was a film that Kawasaki ended up being like interviewed for, like as a bonus feature. They interviewed Kawasaki. Oh, it was Wolf Guy. I think it was Wolf Guy. Arrow Video reached out and had Tsukamoto, Shinya Tsukamoto, the god, Shinya Tsukamoto. You bring him to G-Fest, I'm gonna be like, you're the greatest filmmaker ever. You're like amazing. Like, how do you have such an amazing, beautiful mind of madness? Like, when are you doing a Godzilla movie?
So like, what you're saying is you need to do some ring shopping before you meet him. Is maybe maybe a little bit of window shopping, nothing locked in, but maybe just something that you think he would like, something nice.
I will spend hundreds of dollars to get the Tetsuo Iron Man Sofubi just for him to sign.
There are like 3 of those in existence. Have fun with that.
But I'll spend hundreds of dollars. Yep. It's got something special on the Sofubi, if you know the movie.
That's what you're going to have him sign.
I love that. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That is not okay, Elijah. That is.
He's the one that made it. Okay.
Oh, man.
He made that.
He made it. I think we're doing a good job of dancing around it. I don't think anybody's caught on yet. If you've seen Tetsuo the Iron Man, everybody.
Great film. Peak cinema. Truly one of the best films ever in the history of the world. Good night.
Good night, everybody. If you have not seen, here's what I'll say. If you have not seen Tetsuo, watch. A part of me is about to die, but the rest of me is very proud. Watch the Kaiju Conversation rap video and just pay attention to the black and white sequence toward the end. You'll bye Elijah. Okay, well, he's gone. Yes, if you watch the Kaiju Conversation rap video that I sing, I rap it. You can would you like me to call somebody, Elijah? Would you like me to? I have 911 on speed dial. I can. Okay, he's back. No, he's not. He's gone again, and he's back. Wait, will it stick? And he's gone. Okay, so just watch through. You'll understand, if for no other reason than it's timed to one specific word in the song. It's one of the, you'll see it. You'll see it. Okay, Elijah needs to reboot apparently, so we're gonna let him. His software needs to update. Elijah.exe stopped working. Kim. Hi, Michael. Hi, Michael.
Oh my God.
You missed a lot, my friend. You missed a lot.
You missed 2 hours.
Most of it was spent talking about how handsome you are, actually. So you missed a lot. Well, that's what I was talking about. Elijah didn't really agree. We had a debate.
No, we know who the hottest person in our friend group is.
Moving on. So I don't know Michael.
No, but I can go get you a thing of spam. I'll send it with this.
Centering. Don't crack. I will not crack. I will not. Okay. Okay.
I'll send you some spam with this, Michael.
Spam. Michael is playing a dangerous game right now. So Beetleborg. I heard about the whole Beetleborgs thing. And Michael, I have not tested out my Beetleborgs disc to see if it's copyable yet. I will do that.
Oh, so he's going the The swashbuckling route.
R, methinks. Peg leg parrot, R, methinks treasure. Me hearties.
Oh
I don't know. I don't know. If I can find a cheap copy, I'll just send it to you. I'll be on the lookout. But if I can't, then I'll see what I can do. But yeah, I'm the supplier of weird rare toku stuff.
But this is his copy. I bought this for him. This is actually his copy.
I know it is. Like, yeah, he was.
I
telling
have
me,
two
like,
of these now. I
he was
have
like,
two
"Guess-
of these.
Guess what Elijah's sending me? That's not what he sounds like. That's not a good impression of Michael.
Let's see here.
I would never impersonate Michael. I have too much respect for Michael.
Let's see here.
I am scared. I am scared of Michael. Actually, that's why.
Michael,
honestly,
hang on.
it's more that.
Let me see. Oh, demon.
Oh no.
Okay. This is what Michael sounds like. I am Michael Hamilton, the Kaiju Groupie, and today we're going to talk about how Godzilla vs. Kong is the greatest film ever, and I have no taste in cinema.
Oh, is this Kaiju Conversations or the latest Doomcock video? That's what this is. What quote unquote leaked now? Anyway, that's probably the best Michael I've heard anybody do so far. It's not the worst. It is not the best. It is not the worst. You still have a ways to go before you match my Nathan.
This is true.
No. Shameless self-promotion. Anyway. Is this
Shots
spam?
are fired.
Shots fired.
Shots are fired,
You
Michael.
You basically called him a demon on air.
Wait, you knew that was a demon?
Yeah, because I heard you go a demon while you were searching. You were muttering under your breath. You gave yourself away. You fool. Boundless energy. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize I did that.
That is really
Whoops.
funny. Just imagine all the things you've said under your breath in front of people that you didn't know.
Hang on. No, I gotta do this right.
Oh, geez.
Hang on.
Oh, good Lord. That's more red than I was expecting, sir.
My name is Michael Hamilton, the Kaiju Groupie, and today we're going to talk about how Godzilla vs. Kong is the greatest film in all of cinema history, and how I know nothing about film.
Wow. Okay. It was the hard cut to stop laughing that broke me. That was it. Oh, man. I am evil. Yeah. There you go.
So I think I've discovered that I have too many toys to play with on stream.
Yeah. Does StreamYard have those toys?
Wait, you guys want? Hang on.
Wait, this is StreamYard. You switched over to StreamYard. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Baltan.
Hang on.
We were doing that off stream. I think you have to do it on. That's hauntingly close, actually. Oh, that's funny. That's okay. That's no. Three times is more than enough. We can. That's enough. That's fine. We're done.
No, it's not enough.
No. I'm teasing. I was hoping you'd do it a fourth time, but it's.
Oh, I need to send you. Okay, I don't think I can send this on stream, but I'm gonna send you something that I have saved to my phone, and this is something that is saved to my phone, like downloaded and like on my phone.
I don't like where this is going. Am I gonna have to delete my history after this?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, this is a Facebook message. Let me attempt to retrieve it. Okay. Okay, there that is. There that is. Okay, that's good.
It's perfect.
That's good.
Michael.
This is where the stream disintegrates. We might have reached a natural ending point here.
No. Hang on. No. Hang on. I gotta go through all the cycles. Hang on. 1 second. I'll get there in a second.
And he's dead.
Oh
He's
my
gone.
god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh crap! I just missed my bread.
So it looks like
Oh.
you're in the club from Hetero right now. I'm not gonna-
Okay,
Yeah.
hang on.
Too many fumes in our oxygen.
Hello, Kaiju lovers! My name is Nathan Marchand, and welcome back to the Monster Island Film Vault!
A podcast seeking entertainment, and enlightenment through tokusatsu. I'm your host, Nathan.
Why is it still red?
And joining me here today is Jimmy. Insert Jimmy here.
Oh God.
Nope. Don't. No, we're done. You're in another dimension. Where'd your room go?
I'm trying to think. Ultra 7.
Where are the fish masks? My fish masks are. I lent them to my other hippie friends, so they are not currently. Honestly, I've always wanted to make one of those masks. I could probably make one.
Dude, and then we could do a Godzilla versus Hedorah stream.
Oh, you do a Hedorah stream.
Where I'll buy you one of these light rings, and then we'll just be dancing for like 30 minutes.
Okay, so how would the viewers feel about 30 minutes of watching us dance?
You know what? There's like a 12-hour video of Godzilla and Kong roaring at each other. Like we'll get Nathan and we'll get Michael and maybe Kim. Maybe Kim wants to. We'll have 5 of us on here, and we'll just be dancing.
Yeah, sure. We'll talk about how much you'll have to pay me for that later. It's like,
you got PayPal?
I do.
I'll send you some money.
Good. I'll need some cost recouped from making everybody hideous hippie fish masks for the stream and mailing them out. People like, can you imagine the people at the USPS like, what the heck is this? What the heck is? I have to ship it overseas. Like, what is this thing? Like, what is that? Is that a fish head? Did Bill Mooney is Bill Mooney involved with this somehow?
I understood that reference.
Thank you. I figured somebody would get it. You're scared of red. Oh, we're hideously scared of red. Red is the scariest of the colors. I demand to see the fish masks at G-Fest. Yes. Yes, we will. I did one year. Somebody did do a cosplay as one of the hippie dancers, and they did have a paper mache fish mask.
I think I remember that.
And it was beautiful. It was an amazing costume. Nate will do his ballet. Danny will do tap. Yep. Hip hop keto.
What do I do? What do I do?
You just sit there and look beautiful, Elijah. That's what you do. We'll work on it. It's close. It's not quite. We'll get there. That's it. That's perfect. You just need the fish face. Oh God, could you not? Right into my soul there, Mr. Thomas.
You know, one of my favorite things is I don't remember where this was. I don't remember. But like I was just we were on a stream, we were talking, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm just talking, and then
it was during the episode for nope. It was during it was during the recording of the MIF,
oh,
the MIF
that's
episode
right.
That shall remain nameless to protect the innocent.
You know, I just remembered that the reason why that's probably taken so long is I completely destroyed the like.
Yeah, so the recording of that, I don't want to get it because again, I don't know how much Nate wants or doesn't want us to chit chat about what that episode's content is, but there was a certain point during the recording where, probably due to the incredibly high quality of the film we were talking about, we lost our minds, and somebody said something completely innocuous, and Elijah heard something wrong, or like we said a word normally, but it could be taken differently, and he just kind of fell out of his chair, and we were trying to figure out what the heck was making him laugh, and then I said something ridiculous, and he actually did fall out of his chair. Audible thump hit the floor, and it took us, I think, 40 minutes to fully recover. And we record it's all recorded. I actually threatened Nate at gunpoint to delete all of it, and but it was really, really funny. We just completely derailed, and Elijah couldn't breathe for half an hour. I've never seen a human being turn that color before and still live. It was pretty astonishing. It was pretty, yeah, that color right there. That's the one. But yeah, it was good. It was good. Taking a look here at some of these comments here. Scared of red. Kim will do the Carlton. The Carlton. I like that. I will run up the wall like Donald O'Connor and Singing in the Rain. That's what I'll do. Make them laugh. That's what I'll do. I'll run up I have run up the wall physique, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I think that's right.
Singing in the rain.
Singing in the rain. Welcome to Singing in the Rain cast, everybody. We're just going to spend the rest of the time talking about how great Singing in the Rain is. Did you know that Moses Supposus has Tosus Erosus? You've never seen Singing in the Rain. You're a fake fan. How could you? I don't know what's happening anymore. Please, somebody out there. I can't be the only person who's seen Singing in the Rain. Come on.
I want to.
You should absolutely see Singing in the Rain. The Yeti episode.
I don't know what they're talking about. So.
How could I forget anything that has to do with Yeti ever?
Mount Yeti?
Yeah. I haven't forgotten yet. I'm not proud. I'm really not proud of that. That was bad. That was bad.
That's funny.
Yes, Michael is right. It is the Charleston Yeti episode. Godzilla NES creepypasta thoughts from Hawkstop. Interesting. Now, have you read it? Because it has been a minute since I have looked at it.
I have never read it. I watched the Goji Fan 73 series. Like,
yes,
probably 10 years. I'm gonna be honest. It was probably 10 years ago. I actually
okay. We'll get to that in a sec. You go ahead.
So this is going to be something that I'm putting in my upcoming project for my personal YouTube channel, ET13 Productions. But
like and subscribe.
Yeah. I actually, at one point, like back in like 2017, I almost was going to do, because I've always been told I have like a good like audiobook or like a narrator voice. That's why I got the voice not unlike God for Little Shop of Horrors. Is just there's something about my voice, I guess, that sounds good. I don't know.
Who told you that, and how much did you pay them?
I'm
kidding. I'm dead. No,
a lot of money.
No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding.
And I used to do these things called ET13 reads, where I would find like a tiny like 5-sentence short story, and I would narrate it. But I was like, you know what? I want to do the creepypastas. So at one point, I was developing my own read through of the creepypasta. I had all these plans. I was starting to like create it, but I ran out of time, and that's something that I started to do, and I look back and I'm like, no, I don't want to do stuff that people have already done. There's plenty of other people who have done it, and I want to focus on more of my content, like my originality. But at one point I almost did my own rendition of that creepypasta read through.
That would be cool. That would be honestly, I'd listen to that. That'd be cool. I haven't read it in forever. I remember enjoying it. It's a very long creepypasta. It's like it was like 10 chapters. It's longer than that. It's something. It's long. It's a big one. I liked it. I read it before I'd ever played Monster of Monsters, though, because Monster of Monsters was
really hard to find.
Yeah. I mean, I have it now, but my NES doesn't work, so I can't. So I can't play it. I inherited an NES with Cat pee problems. It was in a gross basement, and I was told it might work, it might not. Don't mind the weird crystals and the weird smell. So that NES is not. I don't mess with it. I don't touch it. I don't acknowledge its existence. I don't even think I still have it. But probably for the best. But I figured I'd try to clean it and fix it, and it just like nope. So I don't have a functioning NES. But yeah, I actually, you know what, that has inspired me to Hawk Stop. I'm gonna actually go and either I'll listen to it or I will find it and read it again, because I should check it out again. Also, correction on the correction from Kaiju Kim. She wasn't talking about the Charleston. She was talking about Fresh Prince. She's talking about Carlton. This guy. I can't do it.
So actually, before stream, I was listening to Will Smith's Men in Black.
Really?
Yeah, I was. No, so
here come the Men in Black.
Funny story. Anytime I'm going to record a podcast or going to see a kaiju movie in theaters,
you watch something Will Smith related.
No, I wish. I listen to a certain song, and it's funny because I absolutely hate the source that this comes from, but I have a Nissan Maxima with the loaded Bose speakers, so like the whole car shakes.
Oh wow!
And for some reason, I like to blast. Hang on.
Are we gonna get copyright striked? Play careful. Okay, good.
I love blasting.
Oh,
A Cruel Angel's Thesis. A Cruel Angel's Thesis. Now, anybody who knows me knows I hate that anime. I absolutely hate that anime.
Same theme song's pretty.
The theme song is one of the best things ever in the history of the world.
It's pretty great.
I will be like going 70 miles an hour down the highway. My sunroof's open, my windows are all down, and I just have Cruel Angel's Thesis blasting as my mirrors are shaking, and like I've stepped out of my car just to see what it sounds like when I'm blasting, and you can hear it clear as day. So I'm sitting at the light. And the Cruel Angel's Thesis is just blasting, and everybody's listening to it.
You see, I used to do that with the Jet Jaguar theme song.
I've done that with the Jet Jaguar.
I did it a week. Michael will appreciate this. I did that about a week or two ago with the Bandora song from Jew Ranger. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know it.
That little ditty that she sings.
I love that.
You do? Okay, you do know what it is.
Well, I think I've heard it before. I'm pretty sure I have.
Okay. You won't hear it in Mighty Morphin, that's for sure. But yeah, it's just this ridiculous little ditty. That I love Jew Ranger so much. Because I rewatched a little bit of it for in preparation for the Power Trip episode that Michael and Nate put out a while ago, just to get back into it a little bit. Good stuff, and that song just brings me, again, it's one of those things that brings me more joy than I should, and it's one of those things where I will roll the window down and I will just like something completely ridiculous. I did that in college. I used to do that with the Iron King theme song. Driving around college campus, Iron King.
That's a great song. I love it.
It's a great song. Okay, so you just got Inazu-Dan on DVD, yes?
Yes.
Have you watched any of it yet?
I have not had time.
That one's got a banger of a theme song. Same guy who did the Jet Jaguar song. His name is escaping me, but he did a bunch of those. But he did a bunch of superhero theme songs in the 70s, but I
love that.
Shoriki Shorai! Like, it's so good. It's a great theme song. It's a wonderful show. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
See, the one that will forever like never leave me is 7 7 7 7.
Yes.
7 7 7. I love that one.
There's nothing better than that was okay. So when I'm going back to my Japan trip, because we were on a bus with a bunch of nerds, and our tour guide, who was super into Ultraman, handed out karaoke paper for us to sing songs together. And one of the songs he handed out to us, and it was written out phonetically in English, was the Seven's theme. A whole bus full of nerds. 7, 7, 7, 7. There's nothing better than just a whole bus full of nerds atonally singing this theme song.
I was looking on Spotify if I could find the 7, like the original 7
You
theme
won't
song.
find it. You won't find it.
I was gonna blast it on my way to Shin Ultraman.
Yes, I have it on CD. So I actually have a CD compilation of all the themes up through, I don't know, Gaia. Maybe it was a mid to late 90s album. I think it ends at Urutoraman Gaia. All those theme songs are great, man. They're all good, but Ultra 7 is great. You can't beat.
I've noticed that the better the theme song, the better the show. So like for me, it's like the better they are, like the higher they are on my list. Like I love Ultraman. I love 7. Return of Ultraman has a bopper one.
Yes. Kaete kitatsu, kaete kitatsu, Urutoraman. I love it. I love it. I love it. Ace is fun. I like the Leo theme a lot. I know
Which
a lot
one?
of
Which one?
The what do you mean which one? The original?
There's two. There's two.
Oh, okay, the first one. The first one.
Yeah.
Urutoraman Reo, that one. That's that first one. I like it. It's funky. I like it. I dig it.
I can't stand Taro's. But then again,
Taro's is wacky, but it's
full admitting, like, I'm just gonna be honest here. I absolutely hate Taro.
Wow.
I cannot stand that show.
How do you sleep at night, sir? I'm kidding.
I was so ready for that show to be over. I was like,
it's a kooky one. It's a kooky one. It's very long. It's very for people of a certain age. I would say that it's less the show's fault and more the fact that you're just not the target demographic. That was made for very little kids at a particular point in time. So it's a little bit lost in translation. But I enjoy that one. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of more correlation between themes. Tiga. Okay, so Tiga's really darn good. It's really darn good. And Take Me Higher, which is the whole story behind that theme song is stupid.
I have the Funimation disc, so I can still listen to it.
You don't have to worry about it then. So you're set. But yeah, I have my Funimation discs too. I did get the Mill Creek set to support Mill Creek and Tsuburaya directly because I had to. I take that very seriously. Ooh, what's that?
So speaking of Mill Creek, I got a package today.
Box Day. Is it Max? Is it Max? Is it Max? Did you get Max? Is it Max? Elijah?
No, this is something that people will be. Oh, this is not what I thought I got.
Oh, surprise Box Day. Okay. What do
I didn't
cooking?
look.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the first one.
Okay, Ultraman Kids.
Ultraman Kids. And then this is the one that everybody's been like badgering me to purchase.
Is it Max? Did you get Max, Elijah? Is it Max?
No.
Is it Max? Nexus. There it is.
I got Nexus. So now I think I have all of them except for Max. I think.
Max is the fact that it's the last one to come out, I think was intentional on the part of Mill Creek to just to mess with me. Because Max is, after the original show, it might be my favorite Ultraman series.
Isn't that the one with Kaneko and Miike?
Yep. And Akio Jisoji. Did you not? You didn't know that?
I didn't know Jisoji worked on that one.
Woo, doggy. Okay, so I will not spoil anything, but I will say Metron rematch at Sunset. I'll just say that. If you've seen Ultra 7, you know. And I will also say that there's an episode he directs called The Butterfly Dream that will invert your brain, remove it from your ear, and then stuff it back into your skull through your nose upside down. And then it's fine. It's okay. Do you want a spoiler, or I can give a spoiler? No? Okay. Because I don't want to. I will give one if asked, but I would rather let's go into it cold. I
have successfully basically avoided everything when it comes to spoilers for Ultraman.
Good.
So like I go into every season blind.
That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do
And I feel bad because I am stuck on 80. I have been stuck on
it.
80 for like a year now.
Some of them you
I
kind of have to remind yourself to watch, not in a bad way, just like
I never have time. Like
Yeah.
when I go and I watch stuff, like it's either the movie for the podcast or it's like in theaters. I never have time to watch movies anymore, and that kind of sucks because for me I live off of movies.
I do too. They're part of how my brain works. I think in movies, and I think in the entertainment I consume, like music. I think in music because I love music, and I my brain works like a movie playing. You know, it's just kind of it's part of my genetic, my organic makeup, as they would say in Gigantus. It's just part of me, and it sucks sometimes because sometimes you just don't have time. And movies take time, and TV shows take time, and you know, there's just not enough of it. Sometimes
There isn't, and like I have so much stuff. Like
Yeah.
I have bought so much and I am so behind. And like to be honest, my love of film has been restarted with recently I went to the theaters and I watched The Fablemans.
I missed that one in theaters, and I wanted to see it too.
I have never cried more in a movie in my life.
Really? It got you? It got you. Yeah.
It was a movie where the movie ended,
Mhm.
but it didn't click that it ended.
Interesting.
And I sat in the theater, like the lights came up, the screen came off, everybody walked out, and I sat in my seat and I just stared at the screen.
Wow.
I have never been in a theater where my eyes were as watery and teared up ever.
Wow.
That's
crazy cool. That's really cool.
I've heard the stories of Spielberg's upbringing, so like almost everything in the film I had known about him moving the train, like the train gives me just saying that with Spielberg in my head like goosebumps. The train is everything, and like seeing that on screen, like visually
surreal. It had to have been surreal.
It was so surreal. I have never been more like immersed in something that I had heard all my life, and now I'm watching it.
That's cool. That's really cool.
The movie came out and like it was playing, and I'm not going to get too personal. I don't want to get on a soapbox, but there is a lot that's said in the movie. A lot of things that are the themes and the lessons in the story that I needed to hear for somebody like me who I have a full-time job that I put 50 hours in every week. I host this podcast. Like this will take up 4 hours of my day. This is taking up the rest of my Sunday afternoon. I went from work to home to get my stuff straight here to record. This is my day. Working. And this is working. To me, this is working. This is my love. This is what I love to do. This is my job, is talking about this stuff. And in the movie, it talked about how, in a way that will tear you apart. Because the artist inside of me is fighting the rest of me, because I have all this stuff that I want to do. I have so much that is just up here. There is so much that I want to do, so much I want to say, so much that I love, but I only have so much time in the day. And I need to take every moment I can to remember what makes me happy. This, I don't know, like this is a laptop. I'm doing all this from the laptop. This laptop I've had since December.
Oh.
The reason I have this laptop is I went to see the Fablemans, and I realized, I mean, I've got this. I've got a phone. Like,
yeah.
There's cameras. I can film. I have my 4K webcam. I can use this for certain stuff.
Yeah.
But I didn't have Adobe Premiere Pro. I didn't have any editing software. I had nothing to work on this stuff. And I watched the Fablemans, and that night I said, okay, I get paid tomorrow. No matter what. I don't care about food. I don't care about gas. I don't care about anything. Tomorrow, I'm getting my paycheck, and I'm buying a laptop. So my paycheck came in, and the entire paycheck went to a laptop. I didn't care about food. I didn't care about water. I didn't care about gas. I didn't care. I would walk to work and not eat. I was willing to do all of that just so I could have this and subscribe to Adobe Premiere Pro. And the day this came in, I took my lunch like 5 hours early. I said, I'm leaving the moment I get a delivery notice. And I got the notification from Amazon. It was delivered. I said, okay, I'm going. Bye, guys. I clocked out. I drove. I sped home. I was going like 60 in a 25.
Oh, dude, I can't condone that.
And I got home. I grabbed the box. I drove back. I got into the office, and I just started working on my laptop. And I was so happy. And even my bosses were like, we've never seen you this happy. And the thing I just kept repeating is, this is the greatest thing in the history of the world. This is the greatest thing in the history of the world. I could not say anything else. And it's all because of watching the Fablemans and realizing, like, this is what I love. I love doing this. I love talking about movies. I love making graphics. I love editing. I got to remake the ET13 Productions logo. It's not been revealed yet, but I made that logo like 6 years ago, and it's very basic with how it's edited, but I made it 100% from the ground up. I didn't have to take any materials from anyone else. I made everything, and it's in 4K. It's everything that I ever wanted it to be. And I got to create a logo for Kaiju Ramen that you can get with this next issue 8.
Yes.
You can, I won't tell you how, but you'll be able to view what I've made. And it's the fact that I can now, all the stuff that's in my head, I can now film and edit and put out on this laptop. And that's what I love. And I don't remember how we got it. Oh, it was because I was talking about
just movies, not having time.
Movies and not having time. And even on my way out of the Fablemans, I had mentioned how I drive to movies and I blast like Cruel Angel's Thesis. I got in so after sitting for like 10 minutes in the theater, just staring at the screen, I got up like a robot, just walked out into my car, got in my car, turned it on, and drove in silence all the way home.
Man.
Because all I could think of was like what I had just witnessed and everything that came with that.
Dude, that's a powerful moment of inspiration.
I have never felt that way ever in the history of the world. I have never, ever felt that.
I love stories like that, dude. I love. I'm so glad you had that happen to you. You know what that honestly reminds me of? It reminds me of um, how Harryhausen described seeing King Kong for the first time as a kid in the 30s, and how he went to see it, and he could recall where he sat. He could recall who brought him. 90 years later, he could recall all this stuff, and well, not 90, but he was 90, and he pretty much immediately went home after that with his brain on fire and said, "This is what I need to do with the rest of my life." And he, cut up his mom's old fur coat and made a mammoth puppet out of it. Almost immediately, because he couldn't. The fire got lit and he couldn't stop. Those moments, I wish, in my very kind of pie in the sky altruistic way, that every person on the planet could have a moment like that. Something. It doesn't matter what you're into or what you want to do with your life, but especially if you're a creative person, that moment, even when you think you've got it figured out and you know what you want to do, sometimes lightning strikes. And what a cool, thank you for sharing that. That's a cool story.
And it's funny you mentioned what Harryhausen did, because I went home, I grabbed a bunch of, hang on, I got a photo. I think actually here. I went home and I was like, I can't just go to bed. I can't. Going to bed is not an option.
Wow.
Like, I was like so dead set on, I have to do something. I cannot just sit here and ignore everything that I just sat through. Like, it would literally tear me apart if I didn't. So I went home. And keep in mind, I had no, my conscious thought was not a thing. All I knew is I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. And
that's powerful.
I'm going to pull it up here.
Okay. Sounds like, who else this is reminding me of is Jim Henson. I'm getting Jim Henson vibes, because he didn't have a lot of clear, epiphany moments of that I'm aware of, at least, of full on inspiration. But when he got bit by the creative bug, he just kept going and going and going and going and going. And there was never enough time in the day for Jim. Ask anybody who knew him. They would say, when he passed away, even at his funeral, his ex-wife said something to the effect of, wherever he is right now, he's probably still working. He had great plans for the afterlife. he couldn't stop. There was never enough time for Jim Henson in the world. And he accomplished a lot in the actually pretty short amount of time he was on the planet. So he's a big force like that too. But man, that's cool. That's a cool story. Here, while did you find your thing?
I have it. I'm just pulling it up right now.
Okay, cool. But yeah, that's so cool. I need to see this movie. This is the kind of story that Steven Spielberg himself, I'm sure, would like to hear one day. Maybe you can thank him in your first acceptance speech. He'll be in a nursing home, and you'll be like, "Hey, Steven, you're old, but you're cool." No, I'm kidding. I don't think it'll take you that long. I don't think it'll take you that long. Listen, you got a phone with a good camera, right?
I don't have the best of cameras, but it definitely works.
You can go shoot a short film on your phone camera right now. There are people making short films. My phone shoots in 4K. I could go make a short film right now if I wanted to. I've actually been tempted to a few times. I got bit by the same bug a couple of years ago to go shoot a short film based on a short story concept I was writing, and I waited too long, and now the location I want to use has been changed, and I can't use it anymore, and it was intrinsic to the story. I'm still going to write it, but I can't shoot it anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, so don't do that. Do it now. Don't wait. Don't be like me. Do the thing. Because I got distracted because I got stuff I'm working. I got so much stuff I'm working on. Got so much stuff. Is it giving you grief?
It's being a Badinsky, as I like to call it.
A Badinsky.
A Badinsky.
Ooh.
That's an Alf reference.
I was literally about to say, if the TV were working, I wouldn't be a Badinsky.
Yes.
Alf. You see what happens when you're a Budinsky, Alf? Oh man.
See, nobody understands what I say when I say Budinsky.
I know what it is. I got you covered.
They look at me like, what? I'm like, Budinsky.
Budinsky. You know, Alf. Come on. What happened to good taste? What happened to class? What happened to my hair? Good Lord. Have I looked like that this whole time? Ugh, gosh.
Okay. So this is a photo. I went home.
Is that Nate? I'm kidding.
So I kid you not, I went home. I had this shirt. I already had some blood on it from another short film I shot. I put it on and I just started I put what is it? The stuff you put on to like make prosthetics.
Latex.
Latex. I just started piling liquid latex on my face and spraying myself with blood.
As you do.
And like, I didn't care. I was sitting in my room just making myself look like whatever this is. And I left my house in this.
Nope.
Went to my best friend's house, walked inside, and just strolled in like this. And I was like, I need help making a short film.
It's like, it looks like you need help in a couple other departments there, bud. You want me to call someone? Would you like some
The story gets better. The story gets better. So after that, I shoot a short film. Like, I have no storyboards. I have no script. I create it. I go driving. I find spots I like. And I've pieced together this narrative. And it's just sitting for me to edit. But I've been working on other projects too. It's like, I want to get it all done. So it's like working on it. But after the Fablemans, I went home. I was like, we're doing a short film. Like, I am not ending my night. I stayed up all night. Shooting a short film.
That's cool.
And then after it was all said and done, I look like this. And I'm like...
This was before the makeup, too.
I'm like, I need to go to Walmart. I need to buy some stuff. I work for Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
It's 6 o'clock. They just opened. I walk in like this. I don't even think about it. I'm just walking in. I buy a drink. I go up. I say hi to my coworkers. I walk into the office, and one of my coworkers screams and is like, "What happened?" And I'm like,
"I saw the Fablemans." That's what you should have said.
But like, I didn't even think about what was happening.
Spielberg happened, man. That's what happened.
And then I was like, oh, that's right. This is all fake. I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. And like, I went home and I pulled off. I still have the latex. I actually kept all of the latex. I'm going to put it in something because like it's special to me. I ended up having to pull out like a bunch of my hair. Like on this latex mask, there is like a turf of hair. I had to just pull out because the latex got in my hair. Okay. And then I fell asleep on my couch with all the blood, the bloody shirt, everything. And I had sunglasses on.
You had your sunglasses on at night. So you are the song, my friend. You are the song.
And there's a video of me. At this time, I had no voice. If you listen to our Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster episode, at the end of that, I say, and as always, life's too short to not talk big. Bye, guys. When I say bye, guys, you can hear my voice actually die.
Oh,
like, it's on recording where my voice dies.
Okay.
I did the whole recording, and at the end of the recording, I had used my voice so much that it died. And then for a week, I had no voice. So I recorded myself. I had to go check like the trash or something. And I'm walking around in this bloody, I have a jean jacket, a bloody shirt. My face is bloodied. I have sunglasses on. I sound like I've been smoking for 30 years. And I'm just like, it's another beautiful day. I look great. I look like I've been to a modeling show. Like, I'll send you the video.
You're not allowed to not send me this video. I have to see this first. So a couple of immediate observations to make after hearing the story. One,
I'm crazy.
this is not the weirdest thing a person who's worked at Walmart has seen at 6 a.m. So you're fine. Don't feel too bad. They've seen worse. Two, you should have walked in and talked to your coworkers and said, "Can I have a Band-Aid?"
They offered me one.
Okay, that really looks like it would have helped. Wow, your entire face is missing. Would you like a Band-Aid? Seems like you've been eviscerated horribly. Would you like a Band-Aid until we can get you to the hospital? Before we can remove the animal claws from your face? Like, man, that is... Okay. I did that once in high school, but it was nowhere near that. And like that makeup was camera ready. Like that was really beautiful.
And it's funny because I've never used latex before. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like,
it looks darn good, my friend. Like it looked really good. I did bruising makeup in a theater class in high school.
I've done that too. That's so fun.
It's fun, and I left like that because I was aware of what I was doing. And I was fully intent on my mom picking me up and walking out to the car totally. No, that's not true. I was about to say I walked out totally normal, like everything was fine, but no, I walked with a limp just to sell it. Daddy, what happened? I never did that. I felt so bad. I felt bad after that. I was like, I will never do that again. I felt really bad. I was like, I didn't mean to like, I mean, I should have known. It would have scared her. But yeah, I had a bloody cheek and a black eye and bruises. And I gave myself like stitch lines on my jaw and blood on my nose. And I think I made it look like my nose got split across the bridge. I was holding one arm kind of like this. I was like, it was dangerously close to like Igor tear. Yes, master. Yes, master. Like, yeah, I got beat up at school today. Like, it was close. And if I'd have done that, if I'd have walked out and been like, "Where are we going for dinner tonight, mother?" Like, then it would have been. She probably would have caught on immediately. But like, why are you 14 and doing a Peter Lorre impression? What are you doing? Yeah, it's your fault for showing me, I don't know, whatever mom showed me that week with Peter Lorre in it. I don't remember. But yeah, I did that. I did do that once and never again. I felt bad. But yeah, that makeup is spot on. That was some spooky stuff. You could, man, you'd be a hit at the Halloween stores.
Yeah. And I finally was able, I also went out that night and I spent like $40 on lighting. So like studio lights. I went and I bought like 4 studio lights that they're LED, they can change colors and all that. So like this horror short film is also like really cool with its colors, reds and blues and all this stuff. And I was like, this is beautiful. I fogged up my entire basement. I was like, I hope to God nobody wakes up and is like, what? Why is there fog in the house?
As long as you don't set off the smoke alarm, you're fine.
No, the whole basement was just, you couldn't see like 5 feet. I'm crazy.
Listen, crazy. Like you have to be a little crazy to make movies. You have to be creative in any capacity. You have to be a little bit. Your brain has to work a little different.
This is
has
true.
To. This is not nearly at the same level as what you're talking about. But listen. But when inspiration strikes and you're a creative person and you get into the zone, you don't ignore that. Like that's a key creative thing. Is if something clicks in your brain and the light bulb goes off, sometimes you gotta just go, or that light bulb is gonna go out. About a year ago, it's a little over a year ago, I had just a kind of generic concept in my head for a story that I thought was interesting. Just a random story. I didn't think it was necessarily the most ingenious thing in the world. Little of what I think of necessarily is, but I was, you know how like, you know, ideas will come to you when you're doing something mundane, like taking a shower or, you know, paying your bills or whatever. I was in the shower and all of a sudden the book started writing itself in my head from sentence 1. And I had to I freaked out. I was like I can't finish this shower. Like I have to get out of here. So the book, I couldn't turn it off. I could not turn the book off in my head. It started at word number 1, and by the time I finally got my digits to work and I turned the water off and grabbed a towel, I had a paragraph in my head that had just written itself. And I bolted out of the bathroom, drying myself off, ran to my computer, turned it on, sat down. I did get dressed, so I'm not a complete weirdo. I got myself ready, so I wasn't like, running around in a towel or something. And I sat down with my laptop, and I sat at that laptop for I want to say I didn't get up for 8 or 9 hours. And by the time I was done, the whole story was complete. It was just, I wrote the whole thing. I started at like 5 or 6 p.m. and didn't finish until maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. And I tried to stop at one point, but it kept going in my head. And I said, no, I can't do it. I won't be able to do this again tomorrow. So I wrote the whole story down. Pardon me. And it's there on my laptop. I haven't done anything with it yet. I'm hoping this year to actually get a short story book out of maybe 5 or 6, like kind of Twilight Zone-y, eclectic short stories. I have 3 of them pretty much done. And then I'm trying to get 2 or 3 more done I'm gonna aim for 6. And I have most, like half of it pretty much ready to go, but that was one of them. And I just sat down and it just fell out of my head. And I'm like, if I turn the faucet off, I will not be able to turn it back on in the same way. And if nobody else notices, I will read that story again, and I will see 2/3 of the way through where I stopped and then start it again. And it won't be the same. So when that stuff starts happening, same thing with G and P chapters and short stories. The most recent short story I wrote for the website is it was an adaptation of Terror of Mechagodzilla called Katsura's Story. And Katsura's Story is an idea that I thought up a year ago to retell the events of the film in short story form through her eyes, first person, through Katsura's eyes. And like, how does she see the story as the cyborg, as the control center for the monster, as the puppet that is being manipulated by the aliens and by her father? And, how does she feel about Ichinose from her perspective? How does it feel for one person to treat her like a human woman when the rest of the world treats her as a machine? All this stuff. And it just kind of came together in my head. And I said, I really want to do this for the project. I haven't started the full novelization of Terror of Mechagodzilla yet, but I sat down and just in the notes of one of my notebooks at work, I just started jotting it down, and I got a few paragraphs in, and I was really on a roll. And then last year, like I said, was really rough for me, and I just didn't get a chance to finish it. And I kept saying, I'm going to get this done. I'm going to get this done. I didn't get it done. And then finally December rolls around, and I said, I have kept my readers waiting for way longer than I ever wanted to. It just killed me to have to keep putting things off. It broke my heart. And I said, I'm finishing this damn story if it kills me. And I just kind of worked through it in my head. And I'm like, okay, I need to find a hook to continue this paragraph. What's going to compel me to do this? And I finally found it. And the whole story was done the next day. I sat down and I finished it. And it ended. I actually really like how it turned out. You had to really twist my arm for me to compliment myself sometimes, but I've had a lot of people say nice things. Somebody emailed me and said the story made them cry. One reader messaged me and said, this might be the best piece of Godzilla fan fiction ever written. Toho needs to give you the rights to the Katsura character, which I thought that was incredibly touching. And just, some other friends and some readers had some just genuinely nice things to say about it. And it made me feel real good. It just made me feel real good. But sometimes it just takes a little bit, like something has to click, and then it just happens. It just flows out. And when you have that creative brain that's always looking for possibilities and potential and opportunity, that's, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it's like to not have a brain that does that, because that's just how I function. That's the thing. And it's because I had a similar moment like that when I was, so how old are you?
I don't know.
Me neither. So anyway, when I was no, it's fine. When I was getting ready to start going into college, I was fairly confident I was going to be a history teacher. I wanted to be a history teacher. I liked teaching. I know. It doesn't seem like it fits, does it? I love history. I'm a history geek. I like, teaching, but I'm such a, it has to be something I'm really interested in, or I won't
Right.
talk. Like
Right.
I'm here yapping, and you'd never know I was a wallflower introvert from the way I yap about kaiju, because I love this stuff and I don't shut up about it. But most of the time I'm a very quiet person. And I thought, you know what, this is something that will pay me. I can, it's something that's, it's a job. I don't have to struggle for it. It fits into my wheelhouse a little bit. I can do that. And so I went as far in, like, my parents won't judge me for doing it, that kind of thing. And I went all the way up to a couple of weeks before the semester started to the orientation day at the college that I was looking at. And, met with the history teachers, the professors there, and looked at the curriculum. It all went fine. And then that night I just kind of stopped functioning. Like, I was just despondent. Like, I didn't talk. I was just very, very quiet. I was very, very focused. And my mom knew something was up, as all moms do, by the way. And she was like, what is going on here? And I didn't know. Like, that's the thing, is like, something was really stuck in my craw and I didn't know, but something just didn't feel right about the decision that I was making. Something about that career path just didn't click with me. And I wasn't sure what it was. And I wasn't sure what the holdup was. And so I did what to this day I still do when my brain isn't clicking the way I want it to. I take a step back, I take a deep breath, and I put in a tokusatsu movie. And that day it happened to be Atragon, and of all movies. And I was watching Atragon and looking at those beautiful effects, the beautiful matte paintings, the beautiful miniatures, the upsetting togas, the manda, like all that, this beautiful film, and just looking at it and letting the filmmaking sink in and the artistry of it sink in. And I had one of the few true epiphanies of my life in that moment, where I just went, and I turned to Mom and I said, I know what's wrong. And she said, what? And I said, I don't want to be a teacher. I want to create things until the day I die. I want to make things. I want to be creative. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I have to do that. I have to be creative. And my mom said, okay, let's switch your major. I have an awesome mom. And so we did. The next day we switched it, and I ended up getting a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree after way too long of working on it. And, then I was able to transition that into writing jobs. And now I get paid. My day job is writing. I don't just write for fun and for the kicks. I do, and it's great. But I also, my day job is I'm a professional writer. And if you follow that snowball up the hill, it's me watching Atragon. It's me loving film. It's me being spoken to about a film. Like, I felt it, and learn, like, loving movies, loving monster movies, loving cinema, loving Spielberg films, loving King Kong, loving the way they did those things. And then realizing that if I stopped letting the nonsense and, like, talk into my ear and tell me that's not feasible, then I would realize that it is feasible. Mm-hmm. There's no reason it can't be. There's no reason. The only person that was saying it's not feasible was me to myself. And once you can turn that little voice off and tell them to pound sand, there's no reason. Once I realized that, I said, well, I like podcasts. Well, there's no reason you can't podcast. Okay. I like doing stupid voices. There's no reason you can't do stupid voices on a friend's podcast. Okay, I'll do stupid voices on a friend's podcast. I like movies. I'd like to make a movie. Your phone shoots in 4K, Dan. There's no reason you can't go shoot something or take photos. Or, I like taking photos. Well, go take photos. You dummy. Go do this. Go do that thing. Go. I like conventions, and I like, maybe one day I'll get to, like, talk on a panel at a convention. Well, why don't you? Just do it. And it's all fun, and I did. And, I don't claim to be a master of anything, but I do like having fun. So I Yeah, yeah. It's just follow through on that stuff. Follow through on it. That's my advice to people.
You know, that reminds me. So one of Spielberg's things is he said when he was young, he always filmed, no matter what he was filming. And in the Fablemans, there is that. But then I also kind of so earlier you said you kind of the way you see things is like through music or through movies.
Yeah.
So like here's kind of looking to whatever's up here. Whatever's up here.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every situation I'm in, I think of how it would be if I was in a movie. Like right now in this moment, I can picture how I would be shooting me talking to you and how I would want it. The fact that like right now, my camera is right here. My camera's here. Traditionally, a camera is like what you're doing, you're flat, Yep. But I don't like that. It's not visually what I want to see in my movie.
Well, it's not dramatic. It's not dramatic. It's not interesting. It's what you would expect from a stream.
So, like, what I've done is anytime I have my camera on, it's over here. So, in a way, I'm cheating out. If you've done theater, you know what I'm saying. Cheating out.
I don't know what that is. Walk me through that.
Oh, so in theater, I'm not going to get up. I'm just scooting back. So you can be performing right now. Let's see. I need to move I need a spotlight.
You do.
Bit. There we go. I never could find the spotlight in theater. So this is performing. You're just out. You see everything. There's nothing. It's just you, right?
Yes.
Then you can have the people who are performing behind, like all you see is the back. And it's harder to hear me. It's harder to see what's happening. You can't see anything.
What? I'm kidding.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And then you've got the people that kind of, they cheat in. Cheating is when you do 3/4. 3/4, I'm not straight. I'm not behind. You can have the people that are cheating back. So you see some of my back, but you also see some of my face. What I like is while I'm here, the screen's here. So you only see the side of me. You don't see this. You don't see, my image. You see the side of me. You see a more visually interesting side. And I love that. Sometimes I will actually have it. So let's see here. Rule of thirds. Now I could turn and now we have an interesting shot. There could be something right here. Something right here. Maybe there's a monster right back here that you guys can't see.
Maybe Kim is back there trying to get information out of you.
Maybe Kim is back there.
Yes.
But now this is even more of an interesting shot because you can have me here. I'm looking off. You can't see what I'm looking at. For all you know, I could be looking at nothing. Then you have me looking at the camera. And then you have the darkness. And to me, that is interesting. This is what I like. I love this. Every time, any time I'm in a situation, I think of how would I shoot this? Over the shoulder, maybe in a high angle. One day, a lady was screaming at me at Walmart, and I was thinking, okay, I'm in this situation. I am looking at it as if it was over my right shoulder as this lady is screaming at me. The camera is slightly tilted down as she's taller than me. She's talking down to me. She's trying to make me feel small. And so, like, I could see the entirety of that scene in my head. So when Spielberg said film everything, the way I've almost interpreted it is film everything. Like, don't just think about what you see. Think of how it could be outside of what you can see. I can only see 180 degrees of my life. I can only see that. But if I can imagine what is behind me and above me, then I can see everything. And I can film my life.
There are a lot of people on this planet that would probably think you're off your nut. But
that is probably one of the craziest things I have ever said.
No, but it makes 100% sense to me, dude. Like that's like it makes 100% sense to me. But I don't like that level of detail is something that I don't like. That's not the language that my brain always speaks.
Mm-hmm.
Your brain speaks cinema. Like your brain, like you just describing that to me, that is like this is what people who end up making great movies one day say. That's what they say, dude. Like don't stop doing that. I mean, I know I don't. The thing is, I say that, but you can't. Like that's how if that is how your brain works, that is how your brain works. My brain, when I was a kid, like little, I would write book versions of movies I'd seen in my head. I never wrote them down, but I would look at a movie and I would interpret how I would translate that into prose in my head. Character turns head to the side. How do I acknowledge that camera angle? How do I describe the lighting and the angle and the way the characters are looking at each other? And how do I describe that with words and give you the same emotional impact and the same feeling and the same sense of space and presence and emotion that seeing it does? How do you do that? And so that's one of the reasons that I honestly think I drifted more into writing as I got older, is because I love that challenge. I don't claim to have mastered that, but I love the challenge of it. I love using words to make people feel a certain way. I like, apparently my cats are a story made someone cry. My writing traditionally at my job, I write for marketing. And one of the best things I get to do is I write comedy. Most of what I do is actually writing comedy skits and for marketing purposes. And I get to get, feedback from clients and coworkers, and we do all our work in-house right down to the voicing. I've done some voicing in our in-house studio. We also have a film chunk that goes out and shoots stuff. It's great. I love it. It's all in-house, all in the same building. And I get to hear feedback from team members, and then best of all from clients and people who call and hear what I do, because all of my stuff is on hold. Instead of hearing your call is very important to us and ripping your hair out, our clients at my job will hear something that I've written that's funny, that makes them laugh, but is also delivering some information about the product or about something. But I'm doing it in I'm using absurdist humor. One of the gags I did is involved a guy dating a goat. It's without saying he's dating a goat, I implied that this guy should probably get off his farm a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's completely absurdist, nonsensical stuff. Some of it's a little bit shocking. Some of it's a little bit beyond what I would personally just write in general. But it's funny. It's funny stuff, and I can surprise people with it. And I love doing that, and getting the feedback from that means a lot to me. So especially over this last year plus that I've been at this job, I've begun to see those opportunities for funny things and for absurd things and for ways I can I drove past this thing, the other day. Always look out windows when you're driving safely, but look out windows. Look while you're walking. Walk more. Just if you're a creative person, everything you see could be prose. Everything you see could be a picture on a wall. Everything you see could be an angle in a film. Mm-hmm. Your eye is the camera. Your eye is like your eye is the camera, and your brain is it's how it works. And that's how people who are creative and have that hardwired into them see the world. That's how film directors see the world. That's how you see the world, sir. And I'm not going to sit here and say you don't lose that, because I don't think you could if you tried. But what I will say is continue to pursue it, because people with that amount of built-in an instinctual eye for things like that, and people with the passion that you have for this kind of thing, those are the people that end up changing the world with their art. So I'm just saying, I'm not blowing smoke here, for real. and I'm not just saying this because I want you to invite me to Hollywood parties one day. I'm saying it because I'm kidding. Just keep doing what you're doing. And I'm glad you got your laptop and now you have the tools to do it. And I hope you get to eat something. Maybe some food, pay for a little electricity. It looks like they cut off your bill there in the back. Might want to pay that bill. But yeah, I mean, it's sometimes you got to do what you got to do. For me, it's staying up late and writing because I can't stop. And then I'm a zombie the next day and I can't function because I was up late all night writing something ridiculous because I bounce back and forth. I write at work. I write personal short stories that I haven't published yet. I have a book I'm hoping to get started on this year, like an actual novel, an original one that's not Godzilla related. It's not even giant monster related. It's just a story that's been stuck in my head for the better part of a decade. And I think it's about time I did something about it. And then I write, nonfiction for Kaiju Ramen magazine and media. And I write for a couple of other magazines here and there. And somebody somewhere will ask me to do this or that, or help edit this thing. And then I'm writing for the GNP and I'm doing research and I'm like doing all this crazy stuff. And in the middle of all that, I'm reading, I'm trying to get back. Last year, I finally got back into like reading books and finishing them, which was hard for me for a few years for stupid reasons. But like that busyness is just always going to be there. Like
Right.
You're a super busy dude. I'm a super busy dude, but it just,
you have to be busy.
You have to be busy. Don't do it to the point where you're not motivated and it's slowly killing you.
Right. But even to that,
yeah, like you were saying earlier, like it does take chunks out of you. Like you were saying earlier, but again, to me, it's more about perspective. If you can look at it as not so much chunks being taken out or killing you slowly or like, one little bit at a time, and look at it more as you're adding experience to your repertoire. You're adding it to your resume. You're adding it to your ability of things to just kind of tap into, whether you end up using those things or not, or whether you end up going like, doing independent things, or you end up eventually directing the next great art house masterpiece, it doesn't matter. Like I could sit and write a short story and self-publish it, or I could end up writing the next great American novel. I don't know what, if either of those I have in me creatively, but I don't know till I try.
Right.
And I'm at a point now where I'm not willing to not try. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not willing to not try. And that's the big thing is as best you can, don't look at it from the perspective of this is slowly eating away the little time I have left on this planet. Think of it, if you feel like it's not time well spent, then maybe there's a problem.
Right.
If you feel like, even though it might be slow going, or you're not learning as fast as you want, or you're not making progress as fast as you want, if you're still making progress and it's still a goal you want to work toward, and it's still something you love deeply and you're passionate about, then my friend, that is not time badly spent at all. It's not. I got a guitar for Christmas and I've never played a guitar in my life. And my fingers hurt like heck after I'm done playing that thing. I try to play it every day, just teaching myself. And I do not know what I'm doing with that guitar. I know nothing about playing guitar, but if I'm ever going to learn to play that thing and play it at any level above Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, then I gotta keep going, as tedious as it is. And if I feel like I'm wasting my time on it, then, what's the point?
Right.
Yeah.
And, you miss 100% of all the shots you don't take.
That's so true.
There's my sports analogy for the stream.
Okay, those are the only two we're allowed to do. Watch yourself from here on out.
But in the Fablemans, like that was a whole part of the film. But the movie's about Spielberg, and you know what Spielberg picked.
Mm-hmm.
And something that I realized is some of my happiest moments were when I was doing panels or writing articles or making short films. And that is what is inside of me. You brought up the whole detail thing, and one of the things that has always stuck out to me is the story about Kurosawa on the set of Hidden Fortress.
Go ahead. I'm trying to think of which one you're talking about.
In the huge set that was made with the staircase, there was one open screw on the set. There was a single screw that the set designers had failed to camouflage.
Okay. I don't think I know this story.
It's one tiny little screw. It's not like it's like a boom box or anything. It's a tiny little screw. And Kurosawa said, rebuild the whole thing. It has to be 100%.
I did know that. Okay, I did know that. I forgot it was a screw, though.
And when I heard that story, and this was even before I had seen the Hidden Fortress, I sat there and I was like, why would he do that? Why would he say rebuild the whole set because of one screw? And then it came to me. The screw wasn't in what he saw. The screw did not belong in the picture that he had in his head. That shot did not include the screw. So the screw had to be out so he could see what he saw. And when I heard that, that kind of led me into thinking, I can't not be detailed to what I see. In another film that I adore, Qui-Gon, from 1965.
Masterpiece.
Specifically the scene about the woman in the snow. The matte paintings in those skies.
So unbelievable. That's whenever I think of Qui-Gon, the first image that pops into my head is the matte paintings of the skies with the eyes.
Like, I want to be able to do something like that. Like, can you imagine, and this is me kind of going into something I try to not talk about, is like my ideal Godzilla. Like, what if I ever, whichever one you want to pick, were able to make my official Godzilla movie, what would I want? And one of the things that I would want is I would want to be able to perfectly, from all of the Japanese films I've seen, I have watched hundreds of hours of Japanese cinema. I would want to be able to replicate the painting that each film that I've seen creates. And Qui-Gon is one of those that sticks out as an inspiration.
Yeah, that entire, I know that I feel like it's pretty obvious that Coppola referenced it in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Like, I feel like the beginning on the train, for anybody out there who's seen it, same thing. I feel like there's no way he didn't see Qui-Gon and get inspired by that. But that's a good goal to have. That's a good goal to have, because there's something about that sequence, and it's one of those moments in the film in total, but I think the Yuki Onna section really speaks to what I'm about to say, is how theatrical the film is, right? It's I mean, that really goes without saying for anybody who's actually seen it, but
and not cinematic theatrical.
Yes, it is a staged. It is staged. It is a stagey film in the most flattering, astonishing way possible. For anybody out there who doesn't know what the doodah we're talking about, go watch this film, Qui-Gon from 1964. It's a 4-part anthology ghost story, and the second story is the classic Yuki Onna snow vampire story from Japanese mythology. It's in the original Lafcadio Hearn Qui-Gon book, and I won't get into the plot. It's worth seeing. That one's really worth seeing with no spoilers. But there's a sequence in a snowstorm, and the snow looks fake. The trees are obviously on a stage. They're in a box. You can almost see the ripples in the screen behind them, and the creases and the staginess of it. It feels like you're on a stage watching a play. And if you tried to do that in America, somebody would call BS on it and say, well, that looks fake, and completely miss the point of the beauty of that film, because the film has a layer of theatrical artificiality to it that works in the same way as a stage production, where it's not realism, it's reality, which is something that tokusatsu does so beautifully anyway, right? It's so good.
Hang on.
Go for it. Go for it.
You know,
What's
I
up?
have to do this. You know exactly what I'm looking up. One second. One second.
I'm giving you the floor on this one.
You know exactly what I'm about to say.
I do.
You know exactly what I'm about to say.
And I'm waiting for it. All right, everybody, strap in.
American audiences conditioned to expect realism conclude anything short of that goal must be a mistake. By contrast, Japanese art often values beauty, poetry, and fantasy above realism. David Callett.
My hero. David Callett, if you're out there somewhere, I owe you a beer. Because to say the least,
that quote alone is like
it's perfect. It's perfection. The idea that reality isn't reality is everything. You know, stepping into a reality is everything. Realism is not the point. That's why I love these films so much. That's a very Japanese thing in general with their films. Hello. But yeah, very, very much so. Your face disappeared and was replaced by hair for a second. So there we go. There it is. But yeah, yep. There it is. Look at that hair. Look at that. Look at that mop. But yeah, anyway, I'm blah, blah, blah. But that, I'm yammering now, but it is very much the case in that film. Even more so than the Godzillas, because you can see the matte paintings in Godzilla, and I don't know if anyone's ever mentioned this, but they are people in suits, right? So it's, it goes over a lot of people's heads, but it's those films they do not represent any kind of realism. They're inviting you to step into a reality, but they're also like, those films are also really trying to, especially the Showa ones, are really trying to craft realism with the miniatures, but it's not about the realism, and then you get to something like Kaiju, and it's so beautiful. And what's up, Elijah?
GMK actress.
Which one?
She said to her male co-star, was it GMK or was it against Mechagodzilla, where they were watching the old Showa Godzilla films?
And that's GMK. That was GMK.
Okay.
She walked
and
up and
he was laughing at the tanks, and she said, what was it she said?
Well, it was the other way around. I think somebody walked up to her and said it. I think so. And the quote was something like, "Don't laugh." They spent a lot of time to make the tanks look like that.
Like if they wanted to
make them look real, they would have made them look real. It's the same thing with my favorite example, and I'm assuming you know exactly where I'm going with this, is our Lord and Savior puppet horse from Frankenstein Conquers the World. Again, for anybody out there who might not have seen that film, first of all, freaking watch it. It's amazing. It's a really, really good mid-60s Toho kaiju film. But there's a sequence where Baragon is destroying a farm, and he crushes a barn with a horse in it, and the horse in the stable. And there's also a scene with a wild boar that Frankenstein monster's trying to catch. And neither the boar nor the horse, but especially that horse, they look fake as all get out. There was no attempt to make that horse look like a real horse. That's but that's the point, though. Like, that's the thing. That's an inherently kind of Japanese, and even more specifically Eiji Tsuburaya thing, that if you show that in America, it goes over people's heads. They point at the puppet horse and say, "Ha ha, look at the puppet horse." But in Japan, it reads differently. The puppet horse it's a joke. Eiji Tsuburaya the man had an Oxbury optical friggin' printer. He could have put a real horse footage in that scene, and it would have looked more realistic. But he chose the puppet horse. And when asked why, his direct quote was, "Because it's funny." Because it's funny. That says it all. He could have gone for the realistic pig, the realistic horse. But something about this puppet horse flailing around in a barn while Baragon steps on the barn was just funnier to him. And so that he kept it. That's what he wanted to do. And that entire feeling of, in this reality, that's what horses look like. You just got to go with it. In this reality, monsters look like people in suits, but they're just really tall people in suits. That's how it works. And it's like watching a stage play where you have to, you're in a car and it's somebody holding up a flat image of a car in front of two people sitting on chairs. That car is not moving. It's not a car. It's cardboard. And there are people behind them in black uniforms holding trees and running past them to look like the car is moving, or somebody's making the background move, or the Broadway version of King Kong that was on a few years ago used a trick where they had the big Kong puppet look like it was climbing, but it was a projection in the back and lighting tricks to make it look like the puppet was climbing a building that wasn't there. And the building's not there, but if you have to stop and think that much about it, then you've missed the point. You've missed the point. You're not ever going to enjoy a stage play because it's not 100% real. It's the other thing that I always think of is the Muppets. Anybody who cannot derive pleasure from the Muppets because Kermit doesn't look like a real frog shouldn't probably be watching the Muppets. You know what I mean? Like maybe go watch a nature documentary, but like the fact that Kermit doesn't look like a real frog is it's the point. Like, they're puppets. It's fine. Like, you accept the reality of the Muppets because you love the characters and you love the artistry and you love the performances and you love the voices. Same thing with Godzilla. And we're back to the tapes. We love the character. We love the artistry behind it. We love the physical aspect of the character, the tangibility. I was talking about this on the Shin Ultraman stream that I was on with Nate and Michael, and we were talking about the movie, and Jeff Gomez was on with us. He's from Ultraman Connection. Awesome dude, by the way. He was really, really fun to talk to. He had a lot of great stories about growing up and watching Go Ranger and Inazu-Man and Ultraman as a kid. And I mentioned the idea that Tsuburaya, like one of the reasons behind the inception of Ultraman, was that Ultraman was physically real. It was a guy in a suit, and a child could walk up to that person and, walk up to Ultraman in real life and get a hug, shake his hand. A child could meet their hero in real life. And there's something incredibly powerful about that. The tangibility of these characters, the tangibility of not just from an artistic point of view, but if you're creating a character like Ultraman, where Ultraman is supposed to inspire positivity and good dreams and creativity in children, make the character real, and this character can go talk to kids and take pictures. I got my picture taken with Ultraman Mebius at Ultra Festival 2016. The entire convention hall was just full of screaming children who were incredibly happy, and it was the most wonderful thing I've ever seen in my life. They were so happy. Happy children and Ultraman characters walking around and waving and saluting and picking kids up and taking pictures. It's powerful. It's powerful stuff. And just kind of giving yourself over to that sense of reality, that come into this world with us, a world where, the monsters are, 50 meters tall. And if you look carefully, there's something that kind of looks like a wire on its tail, but it's fine. It's so good. It's so good. I love it so much. And there needs to be more of that.
There does.
Yes, there needs to be more of it. And tell you what, if you ever end up making a movie with eyeball matte painting skies, then you will have accomplished something.
I will.
Could I be any more Italian? You will have accomplished something here. You'll have accomplished something here, sweetheart. Yeah, that's right. Hey there, Paul. What's going on there?
I wanted to bring this up because they've recommended me this movie before, and you might have seen it. It's directed by Paul Schrader, but it was with a Japanese crew called Mishima: A Life in 4 Chapters. Criterion's released it.
Oh,
I have not watched it.
I haven't watched this either. I've heard of it, though, but I have not seen it.
But that's one I've wanted to watch myself, too.
Indeedy do. Man.
Whew. Well, we've talked about Godzilla, we've talked about Ultraman, We've talked about
Little Shop of Horrors.
Little Shop of Horrors, personal deep stories,
Personal deep stories.
The concepts and ideologies of film. We've covered a lot of ground.
We've covered a lot of ground in just under 4 hours. Yeah.
And there's tons more to cover. But I want to do this. I want to wrap things up here. I'm going to conclude really with the discussion, and then we'll wrap things up as a traditional kaiju conversation would. I just realized that made sense. Like, I didn't even have to force the name of the podcast in there. It just made sense.
It just flows.
It just flows.
It flows. Let the force flow through you.
Yes. Or the dark side of the force.
The dark side. Anyway. So evil. Uh-oh. Spam.
Uh-oh.
Is this spam? This is spam. We got some spam.
Dude,
right.
we've hit it big. Spam's here now.
Dude, this is our first one of these, and we got spammed. Yes.
It's so awesome.
That's how you know. I want to print out the spam and frame it, because this is how you know we've arrived. All right, conclusion time.
So this is something I would like to do monthly, whether it's with Danny or maybe somebody else. The plan is a monthly Kaiju Conversation live, KCL, and live from wherever we're at, Kaiju Conversation. Yes. It doesn't flow like Saturday night, but
it's almost there.
It's almost there. Like almost 2 syllables less, it'd be perfect.
It's getting there. Also, nobody else is allowed to co-host this other than me. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
No. I'm joking. There are plenty of people that I'm sure would love to come on here and do this. This was a lot of fun.
It was. This is my first ever hosted live stream.
Well, it went. Okay. It's not over yet. I don't want to jinx anything. I'll just say that so far, even though we're almost at the end, it has been very good. There have been no technical faux pas. We got one spam bot, and the appearance of several spooky, scary demon voices. But it's all good. Also, you have phased out of your dimension and into the Twilight Zone.
I have.
I am expecting Kim's hands to slowly emerge out of the darkness and go for your throat, though. Oh, wow. That's spooky. That's some spooky stuff. I do have to sleep, man. Like, I giving me nightmares here.
Yeah. I love that. I'm going to use this setup so much. I'm going to have so much fun.
This is going to be good. This is a good project, a monthly project that you can do. It seems like we got a decent number of people that jumped in. Some great questions from people.
We had up to, I think it was almost 10 people.
That's
10 people
pretty good for a first stream. That's pretty good.
That's more than I thought. I'm going to be honest. I didn't expect more than like 2.
I thought maybe I could bribe Nate and Michael into watching, but I send them a lot of money. I just realized I send them a lot of bribes. The last bribe I bribed Nate with a DVD of Ultraman Tiga: The Final Odyssey, but that's fine. That's all good.
And I just want to quickly shout out. I don't normally do this, but I really, really appreciate this. We went from having like 100 and like maybe 22 subscribers or something. We're at 129 now. So whoever hopped in here, I just want to say thank you for subscribing. I only got 2 notifications on email, that being Hawkstop Animation Studios and Kaiju Renaissance. I just want to thank all of you for subscribing. I definitely wasn't expecting that from a stream like this. This was honestly just because I love talking to Danny, and Danny doesn't talk to me a whole lot, so this gives me a reason to talk to Danny.
The restraining orders are they haven't found out about the stream yet, but I'll have my people call your people. No, we don't talk. We don't talk nearly enough. We don't, because the problem is once we start, we go for 3 hours, 53 minutes and 32 seconds. But can we just keep going? Again, you and I are so busy. I'm horrible about talking to people most of the time anyway, because I'm always working on stuff. But I was looking forward to this, man. When we came up with this, I was like, oh, we got to do it. Oh, we got to do it. So this is really, really cool. This was really, 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 really cool.
And this is one of the big things this year I've kind of dubbed the year of Kaiju Conversation. We started off the year with episode 50. We ended up being a weekly podcast in January. February, we've already posted Devilman, and Devilman did extremely well. Like,
awesomeness.
I was surprised. It's our biggest opening episode ever. It had the highest numbers ever for like a first day.
Yes.
And I don't know why, but I appreciate that. We put so much work into the wrap, and we put so much work into the graphics for each episode. And now I'm streaming, and I've never streamed before. This was all like on a like, I hope to God that I've watched enough Kaiju Kim and Monstrosity streams that I can figure this out without screwing it all up.
This worked exceptionally well. You did.
Yeah.
You done good. You done good, Bob. You done good.
And it's been awesome, and I got to talk to people, and I don't get to talk to enough people. And I've noticed on my Discord server, the Kaiju Conversation Discord server, a lot of people didn't realize that I've already revealed my face. So like some people like face reveal, and it's just nice to see that interaction. And this is something maybe down the line we can get some of the people on the Discord server on this, or I'd love if Rex can make it to one of these. I know because of our time zone differences, that's going to be really hard, but it'd be awesome if Rex could hop on here. I've had so much fun on Kim streams. I've been on three times. The G-Fest recap, a Kaiju Conversation with me, and then I got to be on, and I basically did what I would say is my submission into doing more live streams with people for informative stuff, for panels, because I got to talk about 20 tokusatsu titles that you probably didn't know that are available on physical media that I would recommend.
Heck yeah.
And I got to talk about Tetsuo. I got to talk about Kwaidan. I got to talk about a ton of these movies. And there is so much out there.
Oh, yeah.
And like, we have barely touched what Danny and I can talk about. We have so much more we can talk about. There was so much I could have jumped on, like that we've mentioned, that I was like, oh, I want to say something. And then we went down the rabbit hole. It's like, I'm not going to bring it up. We're just going to keep going.
Same on my end.
Keep going.
I was like, maybe next stream.
Yeah. There's so much.
There's a lot. There's a lot. That's the thing, is this could just keep on going and 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 going. So it's endless. It's endless. And that's just with my mug. I mean, with all the other people that could potentially come on, and oh my gosh, could you imagine?
It'd be so much fun.
This could be the beginning of a beautiful streaming friendship, my son.
It could be. I'd love to get Kim on here, get Michael on here. There's one, and maybe I don't know if Kim would want to do this, because I might be a little spicy for Kim's streams, but I would love to get Michael, Nathan, me, maybe Kim, maybe you on to discuss what is a kaiju, because I have a very strict opinion of what counts as kaiju. Others don't. I'd love to have that conversation. I'd love to have that.
As long as we're all willing to lose Twitter followers over it, then I think that we could make that happen. That's a topic I've gone back and forth on over the years, is how I quantify or qualify what a kaiju is and what it isn't. There are so many. They're just, if you put 10 people in a room and ask them that question, you get 10 different answers, right? So this is a good conversation to have, as long as we don't jump down each other's throats, and that's a good group of people. Maybe not Nate. Maybe no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. If Nate was in there, Michael, you, me, Kim,
There'd be some arguing. I guarantee it.
it would all
But
be in good fun. It would
it
all
would be
be
in
in good fun.
It would
There'd
be in good and fun. And
nobody would be insulting each other. It wouldn't be mean. It wouldn't be like horribly vitriol. Like we wouldn't argue.
right.
You know, we'd be like,
You're wrong.
like, you know, but we wouldn't be like, you're a fake kaiju fan and you're the worst person ever. I'm gonna unsubscribe from you and you're canceled and blah blah blah. No.
I feel like Kim would do the canceling. I'd
No,
say you're the
Kim
fake
is the only
fan.
person who she would cancel someone. That's fine.
I'd call Michael a fake fan, probably.
But you wouldn't mean it, right? Right. Anyway, so maybe we don't invite Michael. No, I'm just kidding. No, we get all of us in a room. We'll that would be a nice, good. And I'm talking like the concept of the debate or the open discussion about things is an extinct concept in the modern world. So an actual one of those, an actual conversation where we each present maybe we'll end up getting our minds changed, or we'll change somebody else's mind. You never know.
Right.
You don't know unless you talk about it. So let's do it.
One thing I like about Michael and I, and I found this out when we did, Michael was on my Godzilla versus Kong initial reactions like review.
Mm-hmm.
Him and I started like arguing on the recording. There is like a 2-minute part where him and I are just talking over each other, just arguing.
Put up your dukes.
But that was like the middle of the podcast.
Yeah.
So like we talked like for another 30, 45 minutes afterwards, and we were chill. Like it's good to have those moments. It's entertaining, but you also have to, like, Michael and I have a good friendship and we have a good understanding of like, okay, we've argued. Let's keep talking. Let's keep debating. Let's keep the conversation. And there could be another 4 or 5 hour stream just talking about that.
It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. One to write down as a potential topic for a new episode.
So, I mean, from this, I'll say this. Anybody who wants to be on a stream, you'll find out how to message me once we do the end credits. If you have a suggestion for a stream, like, throw it at me. Like, these are not edited. These are not entirely planned out. Like, we could have discussions, or we could just do what Danny and I did and just hop on. Like, I had a few things here I could talk about if need be. But I got to throw them in here and there, but they were never like main discussion points. They were just like, oh yeah, I have Ultraman Nexus. And I moved on. Yep.
I have 2 of these damn things. And I've got several more behind me. Yeah. Honestly, I like that. I usually do my recording and stuff in my my collection room, but my internet was starting to get really choppy. So I figured I'd move a little bit closer to the internet box. And I don't, it's not a terrible backdrop. And it's a lot better lighting. Maybe this is where, I mean, literally, if I were to turn this camera, my refrigerator is right there. So it only works from one angle. But this might be where I do this from now on, because it ended up working out better than I thought.
Fair enough. See, normally I have the light on, but I wanted to be a little more cinematic. There we go again. So like, now I'm not in the Twilight Zone. But like, I kind of like the dramatic lighting. Sometimes I have lights on both sides.
Elijah, behind you. And he's gone. Okay.
Kim found me.
I don't know how, but she found me. She's coming to get me.
No, this was a lot of fun. And
this is a lot of fun.
I would love to do this more. Maybe, I mean, I'll say this. We talked about something that will become relevant in the month of April on this stream for Kaiju Conversation. Actually, April is going to be a very busy month for us, and that'll be great. It might get down to where, like, yeah, April, we can't do like 2 streams, but maybe I can end up finding a way to do 2 streams. Like, I honestly feel like I'll go home and I'll be like, I want to do another stream at the end of the month. Like, it's the first week. Surely I can fit another stream in with somebody.
Yeah.
Like, I get why Kim loves doing this weekly. I get it. But I don't want to step on Kim's shoes, so like I'll do monthly or maybe 2 a month.
Yeah. And then even then, maybe because she has a set time. I mean, I remember, I think this is I don't remember what date it fell on. I feel like last year, because last year I did a GNP anniversary Ask Me Anything stream. I'll probably do another one of those again this month. For the 5th anniversary of the project, which I can't believe I've been doing it that long. But I might do that. But last year, I'm pretty sure the day I picked was a Sunday, and I had to make sure I was like, I cannot overlap with Kim's stream. I refuse to overlap with Kim's stream. I will not do that to Kim. I don't want to do that. So that's what I would do that too. If it twit it to me, twit it be me, twit it be me. It's late.
Yeah,
I'm starting to use words like twud. Everybody, I'm gonna start calling you y'all here in a minute.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're approaching y'all territory.
Oh God, I know. I did just realize what time it was.
Yeah.
See, this is what happens. This is what happens on a podcast with me. We get down at midnight, and by the time we're done recording, it's 5 a.m, and I haven't slept in over 20 hours.
And over 20, yeah. I think it's time to go to sleep, my friend. I think it's time.
Actually, we're only at 14. We're only at 14 hours so far.
Okay, well, it's. I'm just saying, it might be nap time.
It might be
nap time. I'm probably not long for this world after we're done either. I actually have a phone call to make once we're done, and then after that, my face and my pillow have an appointment. And
you're gonna call Nathan and gonna say, never go on his streams, whatever you do. Like
that's okay. Fine. I have 2 calls to make after this stream. I mean, depending on how many people I want to warn not to come on here, I might have close to half a dozen calls to make, but we'll see. But yeah, thanks so much for. I mean, I know this was like something we talked about before, and I've thanked you before, but I'm thanking you again. It's tremendous fun to come on here. I love talking to you too. We don't, it's just, this is how I don't know. Like we have group conversations, we have group chats, and you like texting and all that good stuff. But face-to-face conversations about this stuff, especially for like, and I know this is the case with you. It's certainly for me. There's no one in my immediate physical vicinity of where I live that gives a rat's hairy patoot about any of this stuff.
We can be PG on. I'm not going to do Kim.
Patoot.
So we can do PG.
It's a patoot. It's a patootie. It's a rump. It's a rat's rump. A rat's rear. A rodent's posterior, sir. A rodent's hairy posterior. Not a single one of those given about GODZILLA and his many friends. But I don't talk about this stuff in like with people face to face all that often. I just don't, because I don't have an opportunity to. And that sucks. So stuff like this is incredibly fun for me, and it's good doing it with somebody else who and I say this with all the love in the world, rambles as much as I do, because I'm a chatterbox when it comes to this stuff. I just don't stop, because I like to tell people I think in kaiju. So talking in kaiju is a relatively rare thing, and not as much now, because I do get to go on podcasts and yammer about monsters and wax philosophical about the deeper themes and meanings of things and artistry and how cool Yoshimitsu Banno is, and all that good stuff. But independent weird SRS cinema movies, Nate. Anyway, he'll get around to it. But it's fun stuff, and you're a good conversationalist, A, and B, we have the same interest in things, the same weird. We love the esoteric stuff, the minutia, the ephemera, the big words, the Italian.
Yeah,
the Italian.
I remember when we first met, which was a night when we watched Ultraman: The Adventure Begins with Nathan and Michael.
Yes.
And Michael went to bed first.
Yeah, he chickened out first.
and then Nathan left after like an hour, and then you and I stayed on
or 2 hours or something
for 2.5 hours longer. And we would not shut up.
No, we didn't shut up.
And it was our first interaction.
Yeah, and your face cam was turned off, so I could have been
until the end. Like,
I could have been I could have been talking to a moose for all I knew. Like it could have been anyone. Like, oh, there's a human there, cool. And you did eventually turn the camera on. I took a lot of screenshots and leaked them to Reddit. But so it's fine. I know I wanted to prove I was trustworthy right from the beginning, so screenshots. But no, that was our first big long conversation, and I don't think you and I have ever had a conversation that's been less than 2 hours. We've had some like little conversations. We called you during All Monsters Attack to ask a question about what the heck was it? P Productions.
It was P Productions, and I was at work. I was at work talking about Spectreman, like pulling tills. Yeah, well, Spectreman's owned by the composer of Shin Godzilla.
Shiro Sagasu owns P Productions catalog. What? Like, and I didn't know that. So my mind was blown, and then I went and ate Olive Garden, and it was great. But
I was talking about this at work.
It's funny. It's funny.
Everybody at my work, my best friend, like, if I walk in with a face that's bloodied up, like it's people don't know what I'm going to do. They don't.
They don't. I walked into my office with a Attack of the Crab Monsters poster to hang at my cubicle the last week, and they know better than to ask now. Like because well, you see, in 1950. Oh, geez, stop, Dan. Yeah, it took me a hot minute to like really, because I've only this is a tangent, and then I swear we're gonna stop. But I've only ever done like worked in two offices proper in my life. My other jobs have been on my feet all the time, and the first job I was there for a month, 2.5 months, and then COVID hit, and I worked from home at that job for the next 1.5 years. And the job I'm at now, I have my own cubicle again, and my first week there was nothing in that cubicle except me and my computer. And one of the people who interviewed me, she ended up obviously being a coworker. She was one of the people who interviewed me, came up to visit me during my first week to see how I was doing, and she knew I was into monster movies. I don't remember. It must have come up during the interview. It's like, what do you like to do? Like, what are your hobbies? And I'm like, well, I really like I like movies. I love movies a lot. Any favorites? Godzilla, like that little bit of walk of shame you have after you mention that to most mere mortals. And she came up and she said she didn't use the word stuff, but she said, where's your monster movie stuff, dude? You got to get this cubicle decked out. And I said, I am at the right job. Yes. So I've got Godzilla toys and Planet of the Apes stuff and a little yokai figurine at my desk. I got I got a Gypsy Danger. I've got all kinds of cool stuff in there, and it actually got to the point where it is, I did end up being the butt of a slightly not safe for work joke at work, because my entire work is like, everybody at my work is not safe for work. Like everybody has a pretty spicy sense of humor where I work, and my first big meeting there, where it was like our big fiscal meeting for the year. It's a long story, but there was a big a yearly tradition is the chief creative officer at my job will write a funny bio for all of the people that work in my department. And I had 5 or 6 bullet points, and one of them, and I'm going to say it, so kids, if you're listening, close your ears. Daniel DeManna, something bad at bringing snacks to office. And then the third one down has an obsession with Godzilla that borders on sexually inappropriate. Wow. I thought I was going to... Now, a few years ago, I would have been horribly embarrassed by that joke. That would have embarrassed me very, very... And I would have been like, oh, let it end. but that was the version of me years ago that didn't know how to laugh at myself as much as current me does. So I was losing it. I thought it was hilarious. I'm just like, oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, they're gonna try to take my toys off my desk and hide them now, aren't they? Oh God. But no, there was a point to me telling that story.
Was it about how you love kaiju and like everything about you is kaiju?
That let's go with that. I think sure enough. Sure. That's it. That's yeah, that's it.
You're talking about how you have nobody to talk to, and then you do podcasting, and then
yeah. But I wear, but yeah, but now I'm more comfortable than I was many years ago. I wear it on my sleeve now, even though nobody really connects with me about it unless I'm talking to them through a computer screen or through a phone.
Right.
But I wear it on my sleeve now as a badge of honor. And like years ago, I just like, why do I care what people think? Just who cares? Right. So yeah, it's everywhere, and I love it. And there's that, and then I get to actually have meaningful conversations with people, through screens and whatnot, and Facebook messages, and and of course I have my GNP community, some of whom are paying me through Patreon because they believe that much in what I do, which is just my heart. I can't. It blows my mind that people are supporting me like that. It's so special to me. But yeah, stuff like this is so important. 20 minutes later, that's the point I was trying to make. That this is stuff like this, face-to-face conversations is important. And Matt Burkett does it great. Kim does it great. There are a handful of other people out there who do it really, really well. And to me, there's no such thing as too much of it. More. Everybody should be doing it. Everybody that feels like they can do it should do it. And I can't wait to see what Kaiju Conversation Live does this year, because this is a great idea, and I'm so excited to have been in on the ground floor with it. So thank you for that.
Well, truly, I appreciate that. And one thing I wanted to do with my voice is going apparently.
It's time.
One of the things that I wanted to do with this, and this will be the last thing I show, and then I'll stop showing stuff. I'll just go back to my little corner and like stop showing off anything and talking about my life and what we do.
Way to be as depressing about that as possible.
But one of the things that I wanted to really hit home with Kaiju Conversation Live was I've heard a lot of people talk about how kaiju like means a lot to them, and the people I hang around with, there's one thing is specific.
Stream, yeah, there it is. Porky.
The sentence keeps going. There is one thing that a lot of the people that I'm around, they talk about, and that is why I'm going to now reveal the logo for these streams. So bear with me just momentarily as I get it pulled up here.
Bearing with you momentarily. Doing my best.
This is something that I spent a lot longer than I thought. This has been an idea of a design that I have been wanting to do for a long time. And I finally talked to Michael. Michael is like my in-house expert in like graphic design. So when I need input, I ask him. And this is going to be, let's see, it should pop up now in any second. Come on. Thumb. That's the name of the file. Thumb. And here we are.
Oh my goodness. Now I saw this earlier, but it's so good. Like I kind of knew it was coming here, but man, it looks good.
So one of the things that I've heard a lot of people talk about, and it kind of goes back to how I got into this. Michael's story of how he got into kaiju really resonates with me because he talks about Monster Vision, TNT, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Now I didn't get to grow up with Monster Vision, but one of the first things that led me down this historian, mega fan, I don't know what you would call me. I don't know what you define me as.
Nerd. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say nerd, yeah. Psychopath.
I like saying devotee or connoisseur.
Connoisseur.
I was for a while considering giving myself the name Kaiju Connoisseur because there's like the Kaiju groupie and the Kaiju like yada yada. I was going to be the Kaiju Connoisseur with a K, the Kaiju Connoisseur with a K no less. It was going to be droll, so droll. Oh yes, but I dropped that because it was a little too droll. Anyway, even I have my droll limits.
Right.
Oh my gosh! Right? Like
oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
Totally.
Elijah Thomas, Valley Girl.
Like, okay, so
oh no,
when I was growing up, sorry, I can't.
No, the Valley. This is my impression of Kimberly from Power Rangers. It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
One of the first things that led me down this crazy path is Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Bam! Love it.
And the logo I remember was with the electricity and the 64 Godzilla and the Monster Vision inspired logo, Monster Madness, Godzilla-thon. And I wanted to replicate that with Kaiju Conversation. So here we have.
It looks great, dude.
And this was one of the first things I made with the laptop. Was this logo. I downloaded the Creative Cloud package and I went straight into Illustrator and just did it. I did it. And now it's official. It is official.
That picture of you looks a little Rick Astley-esque, though, I will say.
Okay, but I love the colors in that.
No. No. I'm not saying it's a bad. It's a great picture. There's no butt at the end of that either. I was just joking. I mean, look at the hair. That's a little.
It's a little bit.
Never gonna give you up.
Never gonna let you down.
Never gonna run around. Anyway, I turned into Elvis there. I'm sorry. I mean, sorry, Rick. Sorry, Elvis. I'm never gonna let you down, mama. There it is. Oh, I ain't never gonna say goodbye. No, that's not Elvis. It sounds more like Johnny Bravo. Sorry, I turned into, man, I'm pretty. Turned into Johnny Bravo there for a second. Now the stream is PG. There it is.
There
it is. Hey, mama. No, that's a great picture. I love the lighting. I love the red and the green working off of. Like, that's cool. That's cool. And I've got my weird black and white one. That's so fun fact. The tapes behind me in that picture are Universal Monster movies, and that's this display, but it's the back of it. Like the one that's behind me right now. It's my tape display is double-sided. Oh. And what's behind me right now is just the Godzilla half. The other half is Universal Monsters and generic monster movies and other Toho films. So I've got, I have tapes of like Gorath and Mothra back there, and I've got all the most of the Universal Monster movies. But yeah, and yes, I'm looking very pensive. I'm thinking about something.
You are.
I'm thinking, man, I need a haircut. I'm thinking, how can I look as dweeby as possible in this image?
And I was like, how can I look the most
like Rick Astley? How can I rickroll all of my viewers? There it is.
It's my Facebook profile picture.
Together forever and ever. Anyway.
Hang on. Let's see. I was hold the. Let's see. Like this. Oh God.
We've known each other for so long. Anyway.
Such a good song.
It's a good song. It's a good
song.
It's one of those songs that's like been unnecessary. Like, I don't know. It's like one of those things where I know it's all in good fun, but the fact that most people like my age and and younger only know it as a meme is a little sad to me. Same thing with All Star from Shrek. And
yes,
like that is such a great movie. Like everybody just knows Shrek for the memes now. It's like there's a masterpiece of a movie behind this. Shrek is such a great film. Like go watch it. It's not just a meme generator. Like go watch the dang movie. It's so good.
That it is.
Now we're talking about Shrek. Okay,
we are.
I think we're done. I think
that means we've hit the end.
We've hit peak Astley, everybody. We've hit the end.
So again, thank you to everybody who has subscribed, who has liked the video, who has intervened with our discussion and brought in great questions, great statements, and has really gave us a great first stream. Thank you, Danny, for coming on. I appreciate it. I'm so happy we got to do this.
I am too, man.
It wouldn't be proper if I didn't let you do some shameless self-promotion.
All right.
So I'm going to give you the floor here to talk about anything and everything you work on.
All right. We are going to be here for another hour. So I'm no. I'll be as brief about this as I can. So as I said earlier, I am the creator and author of the Godzilla Novelization Project. So if the idea of reading the Godzilla movies as prose, as books, for free, strikes your fancy, if that sounds like something up your alley, if it's your jam, then you should definitely go to GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. And because that's where all the good stuff is. You will find all of the books archived. The chapters basically the books are published chapter by chapter, so they're serialized. And you will find all the chapters that are currently accessible to read for the books that I have started, of which there are 10, something like that, different Godzilla films that I've started books for. Some of them only have a couple chapters. Some of them have like 6 or 7 chapters. They're pretty far along. Hedorah and Gigan are really far along, for example. So you got those. The site is also home to a collection of Godzilla short stories, which are interesting kind of short form or shorter form short stories or novellas that adapt elements of the Godzilla films or take them and make them shorter. And a lot of them take the form of in-universe artifacts from the films. I adapted the King of the Monsters specific version of the original Godzilla as a report written by Steve Martin. It's from his perspective, and I used the narration dialogue from the film and filled in the gaps to kind of basically turn it into his version of the story through his eyes. And I presented it as the newspaper report he writes when he gets home. So stuff like that. There's something like that for Matango. There's a story in there that's the same thing for Rodan. There are a couple of Mothra short stories. Again, the new story I just wrote, Katsura's story, is in there. It's first person written by her, and I'm actually, in a rare admittance for me, I'm actually very proud of that story. So definitely go check that one out. The site is also home to timelines because I am a timeline junkie. And so I haven't touched it in a long time, longer than I should have, but I'm going kind of universe by universe and cataloging all the major events of every Godzilla universe as in every timeline. And that's been incredibly cool. So the GNP does a lot. The GNP does a lot of cool stuff. It's not just books and it's not just short stories. So if that sounds cool, GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. If you're on Twitter and you want to keep up with the project and see some, silly stuff, behind the scenes photos from the films, pictures of weird videotapes I buy, collectibles, toy photography, really bad puns, definitely follow the project on Twitter at Danzilla93_GNP, and follow on Facebook. Just type in Godzilla Novelization Project and you'll find me. If you really like what you read and want to support me monetarily, which is the part of this I always hate doing because I hate asking for money, but I do have a Patreon, and Patreon, as you can support the project for as low as $1 a month, which gets you behind the scenes access to, all kinds of cool stuff. And it also gives you access to my Monster Musings podcast. And at $5 a month, you get access to everything I write 24 hours early. At $10, I'll put you in a book as a character. And you could get stepped on, you could get eaten, I don't know, anything. You don't have to die. I'm flexible. There are other things I could do, but that's all cool. And money from Patreon goes to paying for research material from Japan. It goes into translation. It will eventually go into paying people for artwork for merchandise. And it'll go toward paying people for audiobooks, for narration. That one day when I get something done, to the point where I can actually do that. And I mean, as far as the G&P goes, that's about it. You can also email me, Godzilla Novelization Project at gmail.com if you want to have a chat with me. I just like talking with people about monsters. So if you have a random, just shoot me an email. I'll just chat with you. Like it's all good. Like you can ask questions. You can make suggestions. If you see a grammatical faux pas in the story, don't feel afraid to bring it to my attention. I will fix it. I'm always trying to make the books better. Do it nicely. If you want to accuse me of ruining your childhood, you're more than welcome to do that too. Again, be gentle. I'm a soft soul. And gosh, if you want to hear me continue to yammer about monster movies, I've been on just about every kaiju. Hey, I'm huge. I've been on just about every kaiju podcast under the friggin' sun. So go to the GNP's press and appearances page and you'll find links to all that stuff. I've been on the Monster Island Film Vault. I don't know how many times. I'm going to be on the Power Trip here coming up to talk about Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger. And I've been on a lot of stuff. I've been on a lot of streams. I've been on Kim's show. I've been all over the place. I just like talking about this stuff. And you can also hear me voice acting in a couple of things. I've done different characters on Nate's show. I was in the Godzilla Unmade audio drama as Dr. Shida in The Bride of Godzilla. You can hear me playing Ninjor from Power Rangers on the Power Trip in a couple of select places. And I'm just kind of everywhere. I write for Kaiju Ramen Magazine and Kaiju Ramen Media too. Like this list could go on. I'm done. That's enough. that's more than enough. The links are all on that page if you want to read things I've written. Where's my finger? There it is. If you want to read things I've written, if you want to listen to me, if you want to follow along, all the links are there. All that good stuff. I've been told I'm a very easy person to talk to. I will not gatekeep you out of the fandom. I will not accuse you of being a fake fan. I will not insult your opinions. I just like talking about this stuff. I just like talking about it. And I think I should just stop. I feel like I've been talking for 10 minutes. I think I'm done. I've plugged enough. I do so much crazy stuff. All of which I'm just incredibly fortunate to get to do. And that's what I always say at the end of these long diatribes of me just going, all this stuff I do is I don't get to do it without cool people inviting me onto streams. I don't get to do it without people who read what I do. You can stop looking, Elijah. You are he. You are the he to who I'm referring. And, I don't get to do that stuff unless people are interested in what I have to say and people support me. And the fact that people are interested in, are reading what I do, and they are listening to me, and they're people are inviting me onto GFest panels, and they're inviting me onto streams and all that stuff. It's hard to articulate how special that is to me, and how just very, very fulfilled and good it makes me feel. So thank you guys, seriously, and thank you again, Elijah, because like I said before, this is good stuff, and I need to go drink some water. Because I have talked so much. I have done so much talking. Oh, goodness. And now I'm turning into Mickey. There we go. I'm better now. What are you laughing about, Elijah?
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Buck up there, buddy. It's all good. Oh, gosh. My voice is gone. Yeah. Oh,
Me
man.
too.
Yep. Well, I think that's a good. I think that's a sign that it's time to. That's what I decided to do with my hair today. Good lord. Okay. Whatever. This is. Turn it off. Turn off. I should have worn a hat. No, it's fine. All right. I think I'm out of things to say. You out of things to say?
I've got a few things I can say. First of all, thank you, Danny, again, for the kind words. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
If you want to support me and my creative ventures, I write for Kaiju Ramen Media. I'm also their production manager, so I oversee the production of every single issue and help with the promotion and all that good stuff. I mean, it's Travis and Michael's baby, but I'm there to help when I can and provide my input in whatever they need. And so I do that. I write for the website, kaijuramenmedia.com, and for the magazine, Kaiju Ramen Magazine, which you can find on kaijuramenmedia.com. I also have an Instagram I haven't posted in a while where I put my toy photography at ET13 Productions. I have a Twitter channel. A Twitter
page account?
Page. A Twitter page.
Wait a minute. What the heck? I've been using Twitter for 5 years. What do you call that?
A Twitter account? Twitter.
I have a Twitter.
Twitter
I guess
profile?
you just say I have a Twitter.
I have a Twitter at
Yeah,
ET13 Productions where I sometimes give my opinions and support and promote my stuff. So if you want to be in the know, that's a good place to find it. I also have a YouTube channel, ET13 Productions, where I haven't posted it. I mean, I posted a few things, but nothing new. I am working on a few projects. Like I said, I'm going to try and post all of my short films onto my YouTube channel whenever that's available, and a bunch of other cool stuff down the line as well. You can also, if you want to look for my personals, you can. I'm not going to link them, but if you want to do that, go for it. Whatever you want to do. Now, I got to do it. It's Kaiju Conversation. Now, granted, you're not listening to a podcast, but I'm just going to read off what the sign off always is. Don't forget to rate us on iTunes. That boosts our ratings and helps us get recommended to more people like you. I'm not going to look and see what our stars are, but if you could leave us a review, that would be deeply appreciated, as we did get review bombed a while back, and we're sitting at like a 3.1, 3.2. That's better than average, but it is what it is. If you don't have an Apple device, which I don't blame you, I have a MacBook Pro, so I can't say that anymore.
iPhone.
I don't have an iPhone. This is not an iPhone.
No, but this is my iPhone. Anyway.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
You can review us on Spotify now. Spotify. Or you can tweet us and follow us on Twitter at KAIJU_CONVERS. If you don't have a Twitter, you can follow us on Instagram or like us on Facebook at Kaiju Conversation. If you're like me before podcasting and streaming now, you can email us at kaijuconversation@gmail.com, all lowercase, all one word, you know the drill. And we will read your reviews on air for everybody to hear. We also have a Teespring store. It's just some of our logos. It's not even the cool logo that I made with the TNT-inspired Monster Vision look. I should probably make that a shirt. I feel like that would be a cool shirt. I feel like it, at least. But definitely check that out if you want to sport our other logos. If you'd like to chat with me one-on-one or chat with people with similar interests, join our Discord server. There you might eventually get the opportunity to join one of these streams. As I mentioned earlier, I definitely want to look into that. I feel like that'd be a lot of fun. It's a great community full of a ton of great people. And this is specifically relevant. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and ring the bell so you could be notified anytime we upload a video or go live. We do post exclusives. I mean, this stream itself is an exclusive for the YouTube channel, but we also have an interview with Mechagodzilla designer Jared Kerchevsky, probably butchered his last name, on his designs for Ready Player One and Godzilla vs. Kong, specifically Mechagodzilla. A huge thanks to Rex. I mean, he's not editing this, but Rex does edit all of our episodes, and I just want to shout him out and support him. Rex does a ton of great stuff. He writes for Toku Network. He has his own YouTube channel, his own Instagram. You can check that out. In the description below, there is a link to his Linktree. If you could support him, I would highly appreciate that. He's a great guy, and I appreciate all he has done. And along with Rex, granted, again, not really relevant because it wasn't played, but I always want to shout out the people that helped me. So a huge thanks to Danny DeMana from the Godzilla Novelization Project for his amazing vocals on our theme song, The Godzilla Rap, which you can watch the music video on the YouTube channel, and eventually you will be able to stream it on Spotify, iTunes, and other music streaming apps. And a huge thanks to Gratton Conwell from Giant Monster BS for composing the music for the theme song. Their info should be available in the link down below as well. And with that, I think we're going to wrap things up here. 4.5 hours in, I think we have discussed exponentially what we can talk about. So with that, it is time to say farewell, so long, goodbye, sayonara. Goodbye, Godzilla. Goodbye, Rodan. We're going back to Infant Islands. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. And with that, please remember, everybody, life's too short to not talk big. Bye, guys.